نرجو منكم أخذ مقاعد الانطلاق المعدة، كما نرجو منكم التكرم بإغلاق هواتفكم لضمان انسياب أعمال المنتدى. نشكر لكم تعاونكم. أصحاب المعالي والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم، أحمده حمد الشاكرين وأثني عليه بما هو أهله، والصلاة والسلام على معلم الناس الخير سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله صلى الله على صحبه ومن والاه. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في المنتدى الأول للبنك الإسلامي للتنمية للشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص. خير ما نبدأ به منتدانا آيات بينات من الذكر الحكيم يتلوها علينا الأستاذ عبد الغفور زكريا.
من الشيطان يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تحلوا شعائر الله ولا الشهر الحرام ولا الهدي ولا القلائد ولا آمين البيت الحرام يبتغون فضلا من ربهم ورضوانا. إذا حللتم فاصطادوا ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم أن صدوكم عن المسجد الحرام أن تعتدوا وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب.
الإسلامي للتنمية في هذا اليوم قصص النجاح التي تساهم منشآت القطاع الخاص من خلالها بتقديم الخدمات العامة في مسيرة التنمية. وسيستعرض البنك حالات الشراكة بين القطاعات في قطاعات النقل والطاقة، كما تعزيز التعاون بين منشآت القطاعين فيما يتعلق بإعداد المشاريع هيكلتها وتنفيذها. يضم هذا المنتدى 4 جلسات مخصصة يتخللها استبيان مباشر يناقش فيه كافة جوانب الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص في الدول الأعضاء. يسرنا وبتواضع جم أن نقدم لكم عرضاً عن
is an international development institution established in pursuance of the Declaration of Intent issued by the Conference of Finance Ministers of Muslim countries held in Jeddah in December 1973. In the past 42 years, the ISDB Group, comprising of 5 entities, have promoted comprehensive human development with a focus on the priority areas of alleviating poverty, promoting education, improving governance, and prospering the people. ISDB has grown to be a leading international development bank in the past 42 years, with a AAA credit rating. Headquartered in Jeddah, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with 57 member countries, the ISDB Group has 4 regional offices, 15 field representatives, 5 country gateway offices, and a total of 1,225 employees. All over the world, member and non-member nations are being helped by the ISDB Group. An excess of 8,000 projects worth more than $124 billion have benefited more than 100 nations and communities worldwide. The intention behind IDB's efforts is to lessen the imbalance between poor and rich nations, empowering people in less developed countries, and changing the lives of millions for the better. After 42 years of continuous service, IDB embarked on a comprehensive and objective assessment of its strategies and performance since inception, which has eventually led into formulating a new strategy. By the year 2020, IDB shall have become a world-class development bank, inspired by Sharia, that has helped significantly transform the landscape of comprehensive human development in the Muslim world. IDB's 2020 vision contains 9 key strategic thrusts. Reform IDB, alleviate poverty, promote health, universalize education, prosper the people, empower Muslim women in accordance with Sharia principles, expand the Islamic financial industry, facilitate integration of IDB member country economies among themselves and with the world, improve the image of the Muslim world. Islamic Development Bank, more than 40 years in providing resources, fighting poverty, and restoring dignity. More than 40 years in being relevant, more than 40 years in trying to make a difference and providing a dedicated service.
ضيوفنا الأفاضل، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أقدم لكم معالي الدكتور بندر بن محمد حجار، رئيس مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، لإلقاء كلمته الترحيبية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني باسمي شخصيا ونيابة عن زملائي منسوبي مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية أن أرحب بكم جميعا، وأعبر لكم عن امتناني وتقديري لكم لقبول دعوة البنك للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى رغم مشاغلكم ومسؤولياتكم الجمة. ضيوفنا الكرام، يأتي انعقاد هذا المنتدى فاتحة ل3 منتديات أخرى يعتزم البنك الإسلامي للتنمية تنظيمها خلال عام 2017 إن شاء الله. فالمنتدى الثاني سيكون عن الأوقاف، والمنتدى الثالث سيكون عن الصكوك، والمنتدى الرابع عن الصناعة المصرفية الإسلامية. كما أن تنظيم هذه المنتديات ال4 خلال هذا العام يأتي ضمن جهود البنك الرامية إلى توسيع دائرة الشركاء من القطاع العام والخاص والقطاع الثالث ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني والمؤسسات الخيرية والأفراد للمشاركة في برامج ومشاريع البنك التنموية التي تدعم التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في الدول الأعضاء وفي المجتمعات الإسلامية في الدول غير الأعضاء. فنحن مؤسسة هدفها مساعدة الدول في إحداث التغيير وتحقيق النمو الاقتصادي القوي والمستدام الذي تعم فوائده جميع شرائح المجتمع. إن رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 وبرنامج التحول الوطني الذي ترعاه حكومة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز يحفظه الله فرصة كبيرة لدولنا الأعضاء للاسترشاد بها والاستفادة من البيئة الاستثمارية التي توفرها لتطوير الشراكة ما بين القطاع العام والخاص، إذ تعتبر هذه الشراكة نموذجاً متطوراً لأنشطة الأعمال التي تساعد على زيادة استثمارات القطاعين في كافة مجالات النشاط الاقتصادي والاجتماعي بغية الوفاء باحتياجات المجتمع من السلع والخدمات بأساليب مستحدثة. ضيوفنا الكرام، تواجه دولنا الأعضاء تحديات كثيرة ومتشعبة نتيجة لزيادة عدد السكان وارتفاع الطلب على خدمات التعليم والصحة والطاقة والنقل وغيرها من القطاعات التي يتطلب وجود بنية تحتية ضخمة ومتطورة. ومن المعلوم أن تنفيذ مثل هذه المشاريع التنموية تتطلب أموالاً ضخمة ومهارات ومعارف وخبرات فنية وإدارية متنوعة، ويتطلب أيضاً توفر بيئة قانونية وأنظمة حوكمة وإدارة اقتصادية محترفة. وفي هذا الإطار تبرز أهمية الشراكة بين القطاع العام والخاص، وتحظى هذه الشراكة في الواقع باهتمام كبير في مختلف دول العالم، حيث تقدر عدد مشاريع الشراكة المنجزة حتى نهاية 2016 أكثر من 7,000 مشروع على مستوى العالم بقيمة إجمالية تقدر ب2.5 تريليون دولار. ومعظم هذه المشاريع موجودة في الدول النامية مع نسبة صغيرة أقل من 5% في الدول ذات الدخل المنخفض. أما على مستوى الدول الأعضاء في البنك الإسلامي فتصل عدد المشاريع نحو 600 مشروع بقيمة إجمالية 189 بليون دولار حسب آخر إحصائية صدرت في عام 2016. من ناحية أخرى، تقدر حجم الاستثمارات العالمية الفعلية في البنية التحتية حالياً 2.5 تريليون دولار، بينما الاستثمارات المطلوبة لمشاريع البنية التحتية تقدر بنحو 3.3 تريليون دولار، مما يعني أن هناك فجوة بين الاستثمارات الفعلية والمقدرة تقدر بنحو 800 بليون دولار. في أفريقيا وحدها، حيث يقع أكثر من نصف الدول الأعضاء، تقدر فجوة التمويل في البنية التحتية بنحو 93 بليون دولار حتى عام 2020. وفي آسيا، حيث يعيش ثلثي سكان الدول الأعضاء، يوجد نحو 600 مليون شخص خارج شبكة الإمداد الكهربائي، وأكثر من 360 مليون شخص بدون مياه شرب مأمونة. لقد تباطأ نمو الناتج المحلي الإجمالي في دول مجلس التعاون في عام 2016، وهذا راجع أساساً انخفاض أسعار النفط، مما أدى إلى زيادة في العجز المالي وخفض في الإنفاق الحكومي على مشاريع البنية التحتية. وكان رد فعل صانعي السياسة في دول مجلس التعاون سريعاً في اعتماد تدابير احترازية، ومن المتوقع أن يرتفع معدل النمو في عام 2017، بيد أن المشاريع المستقبلية في منطقة دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي تتطلب تقريباً 2 تريليون دولار، والتي كانت ستمول من الميزانيات الحكومية، وهذا يستدعي مشاركة أكثر حجماً من القطاع الخاص في تمويل هذه المشاريع ودور أكبر في التنمية بصفة عامة. كما أن الكثير من الدول الأعضاء تفتقر بالإضافة للموارد المالية اللازمة لتلبية احتياجات مواطنيها من مرافق البنية التحتية إلى المعارف والخبرات لتطوير تلك المشاريع والحفاظ عليها بعد الإنشاء. إن ضمان نجاح الشراكة يتطلب توفر حزمة متكاملة من المتطلبات، ويمثل التمويل أحد مكوناتها، فالشفافية والإفصاح والمساءلة والحقوق المتساوية وتحديد المسؤوليات هي مكونات أخرى للنجاح. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، إن مؤسستكم مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية مولت منذ إنشائها 1975 وحتى نهاية 2016 مشاريع تنموية تقدر ب127 بليون دولار، وحظي قطاع البنية التحتية بنحو 53% من هذه المشاريع، وقطاع الزراعة 10%، والتعليم والصحة نحو 9.3%. كما مول البنك مشاريع بأسلوب الشراكة PPP بنحو 3.4 بليون دولار خلال ال10 سنوات الماضية، عندما بدأ البنك في استخدام هذا الأسلوب من التمويل، بالإضافة إلى مساهمة في إطلاق عدد من الصناديق الاستثمارية في مجال البنية التحتية وقطاعات حيوية أخرى مثل الصحة وغيرها. كما أصدر البنك صكوك بقيمة 16.4 مليار دولار، وحافظ البنك على تصنيفه الائتماني AAA طيلة ال10 سنوات الماضية من 3 وكالات تصنيف، وذلك بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى والدعم الذي تحظى به المجموعة من الدول الأعضاء وسياسات البنك التمويلية والحوكمة بمعايير عالمية. وفي إطار الشراكة بين القطاع العام والخاص، تمكن البنك أيضاً من دعم مشاريع للشراكة في 17 دولة عضو من 57 دولة. ويتطلع البنك في الواقع للتوسع في استخدام أسلوب الشراكة مع الدول الأعضاء وتشجيعها لتطوير قوانينها وإجراءاتها بما يمكن من تطبيق هذه الشراكة. ولا شك أن هذا المنتدى فرصة لتبادل الآراء والأفكار والتجارب الناجحة، وأيضاً التعرف على الأسباب التي تعوق تطبيق هذه الشراكة. وأمل أن تخرج جلسات هذا المنتدى باستخلاص الدروس المفيدة التي من خلالها ستتمكن الدول الأعضاء من تنفيذ المشاريع بأسلوب الشراكة الفعال وتعزيز التعاون القائم. ختاماً، أود أن أتقدم بخالص عبارات الشكر للمملكة العربية السعودية باعتبارها دولة المقر للدعم السخي والمتواصل الذي تقدمه للبنك الإسلامي للتنمية، ولكل أسباب العناية والرعاية التي أهلته لبلوغ المراتب الرفيعة التي بلغها اليوم، وأيضاً لكافة التسهيلات لإنجاح هذا المنتدى. أرجو أن تكلل جلسات المنتدى بالنجاح. كما أتقدم بخالص الشكر وعظيم الامتنان لجميع المتحدثين ومديري الجلسات والحضور بوجه عام، ولجميع المنظمين لهذا المنتدى لجهودهم المباركة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
كل الشكر لك معالي الدكتور بندر. نبدأ الآن أولى جلساتنا بعنوان قصص النجاح للشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص في الدول الأعضاء بالبنك الإسلامي للتنمية. سيقدم البنك الإسلامي للتنمية في هذه الجلسة قصص النجاح التي حققها والتي أسهم القطاع الخاص من خلالها في مسيرة التنمية بالدول الأعضاء، وذلك عبر الشراكة مع القطاع العام. بكل سرور وامتنان أقدم لكم الأستاذ محمد هادي المجعي، مدير إدارة تطوير المنشآت بالبنك الإسلامي للتنمية، ليقدم لنا عرضاً مرئياً عن دور البنك في مجال الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص وبعض قصص النجاح. فليتفضل مشكوراً.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, we want to thank you all for the support to the forum. I wanted to share with you these few slides as a compliment basically to the speech made by His Excellency the President, and also to set and lay out the ground for the various panelists and speakers, and also the sessions by giving certain hints on some of the aspects that we will be developing further in each session and by each speaker. On the bank itself, I mean, His Excellency the President touched on our establishment. Basically, it's a multilateral institution. By multilateral means that it's owned by governments, so we are owned by 50 member countries. And also, we started our operation in 75. We have presence in different countries. In addition to the headquarters in Jeddah, we have regional offices in Morocco, Kazakhstan, and Senegal, and Malaysia. Plus, we started reinforcing our presence and getting closer to basically our constituency by opening what we call gateway offices. And so far, we have opened one in Indonesia, and one in Nigeria, and one in Turkey. And we plan to open further offices in Bangladesh and Egypt. In terms of authorized capital, it's about 150 billion so far. Our paid up capital is about 7.2 billion US dollar. Also, the bank is supported by 4 affiliates, basically our IRTI, the research center, and this is basically our knowledge institution where a lot of research and training is conducted. Also by ISEC, which is our export and investment insurance institution, and it complements the role of the bank basically in this area. We have also ICD, which is the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, and this is the institution focused and complementing the role played by the bank in the private sector. And last but not least, ITFC, basically it's our standalone affiliate for trade finance that also supplement the role also played by ICD and ISEC in supporting trade. As mentioned, alhamdulillah, we managed to maintain our rating, AAA rating by all the rating agencies since we started our first rating about 12 years ago, and this really demonstrates basically the rigorous process and the governance that we have within the institution. And this won us really credibility with other institutions such as the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and others who started really participating in our sukuk. In terms of IDB interventions, His Excellency touched that so far we have done about 130 billion of total approval since then. So we remain, as you see from the chart, very much an infrastructure bank. About 50% of our basically portfolio is in infrastructure, whether energy, water, or transportation. We are also heavily present in the sector of education and healthcare and agriculture. I wanted here to touch really and put really the context highlighted also in the speech that the Sustainable Development Goal recently adopted by the UN that also influence most of the work program and the visions of the different countries that are member of the UN. And just to recall, there are 17 goals. 6 of them are relevant really to infrastructure and to PPP. whether it's health or quality education or basically clean energy or building sustainable cities. So all of these are really core themes for infrastructure and PPP. As mentioned also lately by many of the multilateral reports and newspapers, I mean, currently about 2.5 trillion of investment and financing is made totally globally. But to finance these new SDGs, it's estimated to cost about to require about $3.3 trillion of financing. So here we wanted to highlight really the gap of 800 billion that need to be found somewhere outside the government budgets really to fund these sustainable development goals, which are a global commitment basically to achieve these KPIs. Out of these, we worked out some estimation about how much is required in our member countries. And that figure is about 200 to 200 billion dollars are required really to fund basically these goals in our member countries. And definitely the resources available today in our member countries are not sufficient enough, especially in a context where oil prices decreased and also some of the prices of commodities and so on. So this definitely puts a lot of pressure on our decision makers and also on institutions like IDB to try and find alternative sources of funding really to support these aspirations. So just briefly, I know many of you are experts in PPP. Perhaps some people just want to know what is it exactly. I mean, it's definitely a funding model, and it's a contractual relationship between basically the government. It could be either at the national level or at the local level with the private sector, basically to fulfill a service. And that service could be in the hard infrastructure or the soft infrastructure. By hard infrastructure, we mean the roads, we mean the bridges, the power stations, and so on. By soft infrastructure is basically health, education, and all the other services. So, and this relationship could be for short term to provide service or for long term. It could be just a management contract without any sort of investment required, or it could be a full-fledged solution where there is a long-term relationship and an involvement in the entire process, basically from the design of the project, the operation, and the implementation of it, and raising the required financing for such project. Just I wanted also to highlight that globally, out of the 2.5 trillion invested cumulative in PPP, it's about 96% of these PPPs are still happening in middle and high income countries. And this really explains that many of the developed countries started implementing PPP many years back, such as the UK and US and other countries that really involved the private sector early on to provide these services. So for low-income countries where the majority of our constituency as IDB constitutes only 4% out of that sort of total amount. Also, the second chart, I wanted here to highlight that 80% of what is happening is still funded by government funds. Only about 20% is funded by the private sector. So in terms of IDB, as mentioned in the speech, we have done so far about 44 transactions in 17 countries. Of course, our aspiration is to do more in other countries, and this is one of the purpose of this forum, is to increase the awareness of our member countries about the relevance and the benefits of PPP, to really expand our reach in other countries, to introduce the right legislation so that we can operate in these countries. Just for Saudi Arabia, for instance, we started some times back, and we have about 1 billion portfolio in 8 transactions. So far, it's very much in energy and petrochemicals that constitute the bulk of our sort of portfolio here. But of course, we start to explore other opportunities, and through this forum and engagement with the different stakeholders here, we hope to move towards the soft infrastructure, towards healthcare and other sectors where we can apply PPP. Just to give you an idea, I mean, and the importance really for an institution like IDB, there is really a catalyst role played. For every dollar that we put, it's about a multiplier effect of 20. For the 4 billion that we have put, it might sound as a small figure, but when we combine the total cost of these projects is about $80 billion of projects. And this really highlights the importance really of the involvement of multilaterals in this type of projects, because they are heavily capitalistic, and the involvement of institutions like IDB give them some sort of seal of credibility because of their sort of governance and heavy sort of due diligence process, and also because of their reach and cooperation with diverse ECAs and diverse global commercial banks. So it helps really in resource mobilizing for these projects. Just briefly on some recent transactions that we have done, just to give you on the hard infrastructure, we lately contributed about $105 million in the Fadili project, and it's one of the projects that one of the panelists perhaps will talk a little bit more on detail. Also, we have financed $130 million with Alba in Bahrain. Also, as I said, we started really applying and moving towards the soft infrastructure, and we started in Turkey in healthcare. And Turkey, I wanted to mention that it's maybe one of the member countries that really moved big time and fast into PPP, and they started applying it to other sector, and I think they have a lot maybe to share with us and with other member countries really to replicate this experience in other countries. In terms of just quickly on the benefits of PPP, as I said, it increases really transparency. It improves the service delivery through combination of the strength of the government entities and the private entity. And also it reduces the construction time and cost. Why? Because there is a very lengthy negotiation process and vetting for the different assumptions, phases, and so on, which really makes and improves the quality of the project design that really helps in the implementation and so on. Also, it helps in ensuring regular maintenance, given that there is really a vested interest by the private sector and the government really to maintain well the asset, given that the relationship is for a very long time. So it has to be really optimized, and the return on investment should be met. So definitely they are very much cautious in really maintaining the assets as they go. And also it provides better value for money for the governments really to resource mobilize from the private sector. Of course, I mean, there is nothing without challenges. Definitely we recognize that given the nature of macroeconomic situation of our member countries and many other factors, there is still a lack of robust regulatory framework in majority of countries really that facilitate PPP. Also, there is a lack of awareness on the benefits of PPP, and sometimes even the understanding of PPP, and often it's confused with privatization. Actually, it does not mean privatization. It's a real partnership between a government agency and a private sector entity really to deliver a service. Also, we have noticed a weak institutional capacity sometimes even within the executing agencies that are supposed to really implement and monitor the PPP transactions. Also, again, in terms of really resource mobilizing for these projects, given that they are heavily capitalistic, the fact that many capital markets are undeveloped, this really reduces the option through which we can raise funding for these projects, for instance, issuing sukuks or bonds or so on in the local markets. Also, given that they are large, often there is a lack of equity really to close the equity side of the project, and inevitability of mitigants, especially for foreign exchange and political risks. Just to conclude, I wanted to highlight a few takeaway points. As mentioned, there is definitely a huge financing gap to finance the SDGs. PPP is a very much relevant tool to help government to close this gap. The PPP has several benefits, and IDB as an institution at all levels, from the top management to the staff, are very much keen to do more to help our member countries and to look into transactions. And also, we are debating on and exploring what kind of innovative areas can be brought in really to help countries perhaps to launch some advisory facilities or certain tools that can really help the member countries, especially in the project identification and the project design, and perhaps putting the regulatory framework in place. So all of this, inshallah, will work for the benefits of our member countries. So we look forward to very interesting discussions in the sessions. There are quite few of my colleagues here. We'll be happy to engage with you during the breakout sessions and answer any further questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
كل الشكر لك أخي محمد على هذه المعلومات القيمة. تجدون العرض المرئي في موقع المنتدى الظاهر أمامكم على الشاشة. يسعدني الآن دعوة المتحدثين الرئيسيين إلى المنصة. الدكتورة ناهد طاهر، رئيس مجلس الإدارة بذور للاستشارات المملكة العربية السعودية. السيد عادل خيامي، الرئيس التنفيذي SMI المملكة المغربية. السيد ميري ديد ريس، المستشار المالي لشركة إنجي بالإمارات العربية المتحدة. ويدير هذه الجلسة الدكتور إحسان بوحليقة، رئيس مركز جواثة الاستشاري بالمملكة العربية السعودية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. At the beginning, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to IDB, to His Excellency Dr. Bandar Hajjar and his colleagues for organizing this event. It's highly needed, and this is the time for it, especially when it takes place in a city like Riyadh, where we are, everyone, it seems, vividly involved in Vision 2030 and the transformation program and what to do, specifically also in the fiscal balance and consolidation programs that, which is a real challenge to be achieved in this country, or good country of ours. Talking about PPP reminds me of a quote by John Nash. And as you know, John Nash is the recipient of Nobel Prize in Economics. And you see, he says, in a competitive setting, someone will always lose. The interesting thing about PPP, that all wins. And actually, Dr. Nash was looking for something that he called a non-singular event, where everyone wins. And actually, the PPP is a way, and as Mr. Mohammed Hadi mentioned, in Europe, it's been used for centuries. Actually, for example, in France, PPP was used about like more than 2 centuries ago, to manage the rationing of water in Paris, for example. With that, we can go ahead. What we all of us followed the very interesting presentation by Mr. Mohammed. It really provided us the background on PPP, even though that I'm pretty sure that the vast majority of the audience are very familiar with the concept, but still, it was a very nice introduction, and also the activity in which the IDB group is involved. We have also a very competent group of panelists with hands-on experience, and we'll be listening to all of them today. But before we begin, I still have this question. It was mentioned by Dr. Hajjar during his opening speech. It seems that only the minority of member countries are involved in this PPP activities of the IDB. Do you have any explanation? Maybe you have something up your sleeves for the future.
Thank you. As it was alluded to, definitely we are present in 17 countries out of 57. For the simple reason that it's very much a demand-driven type of business, and given that many countries, they don't have the existing regulatory framework to conduct PPPs, and in particular that these are transactions that are very much contract-driven, and also they require a very large amount of money and complex structures. So for foreign investors and the multiple stakeholders, they want really to see a certain visibility of basically the contracts, and that they can be enforced in any type of events. And also because these are really relationships that stretch sometimes over 20 years. So they need really some sort of predictability and some, I would say, good faith really to negotiate perhaps throughout the duration of the contract, without really undermining the interests of either parties. So without really this clear regulatory and policy framework, it will really definitely impede the expansion in certain countries. So this is really the main core explanation of our limited presence.
Thank you, but a follow-up from the IDB perspective relevant to Saudi Arabia in particular, and GCC in general, and also as it was mentioned by His Excellency the Chairman of IDB, that things are changing now in this country and in GCC, so maybe the IDB will be more involved. So from your perspective, how do you see that, say, for the next 5 years? So your involvement in PPP and GCC country.
Definitely, we see it really as a great opportunity for us, and it's maybe the first thing His Excellency did is to engage with member countries on what we call the member countries country strategy. And for that, there was a visit conducted here in Saudi Arabia, and many ministries were met. And one of the core themes of the discussion was PPP. So we see really great opportunity here in Saudi Arabia, and also in the other GCC countries, especially in a context where low prices are low, and this really creates an opportunity to resource mobilize for this. But generally, in most of our member countries, there is a big, really opportunity there, whether Turkey or Indonesia or Sub-Saharan Africa or North Africa, because quite few of them, they lag behind in terms of hard and soft infrastructure. So that's why we are here. That's why we are conducting this forum. So we are open for business, really.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting. It seems that our first presenter wasn't able to make it, Mr. Hussein Arsalan, chairman of YDA Group from Turkey, and this is one of the projects that Mr. Mohammed Hadi mentioned in his presentation. So it seems that he's not, so we'll skip that presentation. We'll move to my very good friend, Dr. Nahid Tahir. She is the chairman of Arab Seeds KC. The floor of yours for 7 minutes.
Only?
Only 7 minutes.
Not enough. Assalamu alaikum. I would like first to thank the IDB for inviting me to give my thoughts and share it. And it's honor and pleasure to be with Dr. Bandar Hajjar, a colleague that I've known for years now. And we used to discuss about PPP since early on. And I appreciate his efforts in trying to make this happen, even when he was Minister of Hajj. Dr. Ihsan, you mentioned Nash and Nash equilibrium, okay? And yes, he's trying to reach an equilibrium. And Lester Thoreau also say, when there is chaos, there is an opportunity. So I believe it's really time for initiating and executing PPP in the whole world, and mainly in the developing economies, and especially in Saudi Arabia, where I have a lot of knowledge and I've experienced that with being into chaos and succeeded in many projects. I will mention some of them. And believe me, guys, here about PPP, it's not never country-related as we have been perceiving, okay? And put in mind that we are high-risk countries and whatever, and the cost of projects are very high. No, this is not real. This is not reality. Reality is the PPP projects are sector-related, not country-related. When you have a demand, when you have a sector of scarcity like water or electricity or whatever, demand and asset-based and good procurement and good regulation for even pilot project, not necessarily the whole regulation of a country, okay? This will make the project succeed, okay? I did have, alhamdulillah, the honor to create a whole bank, okay, 11 years ago, okay, Gulf One Bank, just for PPP projects, okay? And it succeeded day one, alhamdulillah. The first project was awarded to us as a financial advisor was the Hajj terminal, okay, in Jeddah, the expansion of the Hajj terminal in Jeddah. And imagine what, I'll tell you the story that when Bin Laden Group was awarded the project, an insider lawyer from within the Bin Laden Group announced and published in the infrastructure journal that this is a terrorist deal because it's Saudi Arabia, it's Hajj, and it's Bin Laden, okay? And no bank will lend or finance this project. Right away, we were hired as a financial advisor. I say, okay, here is the challenge. Okay, and we managed to close the deal in less than a year, okay? The project was $312 million, sorry. 205 of that was a debt led by IDB, okay? Société Générale, not Société Générale, sorry, Crédit Suisse, and Bank Al Jazeera. So International Bank, International Development Bank, and a local bank financed the project, and they were very happy. The challenges there was not the financing, honestly, was the procurement and the structure, because when we received the contract, we found that it's not bankable. Being a financial advisor and tweaking it and to convince the government and the private sector that they have to be winners all the way through 20 years was the challenge. Okay, and we made it bankable, alhamdulillah, and adjustable, and that is very important, adjust to inflation, adjust to lack of infrastructure, adjust to, because after we took the project, we found that there is no electricity enough to be provided for the project, and we discussed another deal related that to build a power station under PPP project, okay, to be giving the Hajj terminal. That's one. The other one was here with Dr. Adil Bushnag. I'm so pleased to be a partner of this great man, the expert of water in Saudi Arabia and water technology, that we took the first PPP project in water with Saudia City. He knocked the desalination plant to the ground. He created it with top technology, saving energy, the most efficient. He provided water to the point that the government delivered with 11 riyals, only with 3 riyals. Okay, and the government unfortunately refused to take from our desalination, apart from Saudia City. They said, we don't have regulation to have water put from the private sector. So you see how rules can change to make things happen. Now, we did also in Indonesia, and IFC was signing with a Gulf One saying that this is the first time IFC signs with a small bank, okay, for a huge project in Indonesia, after I've been invited by the president of Indonesia to do water project, saying that don't come to me now, come after 2 years where I fight corruption. So, and it happened, and we did it, and it was 30% return on equity. And the volatility was only 5%. I mean, the coefficient of variation, which is a risk measurement. So here you see that the risk, mitigating risk, and diversification of risk, which make the cost of PPP projects much less, is the key success issue that a lot of projects don't calculate the risk measurements in different ways. And alhamdulillah, we have this.
في دقيقة.
في دقيقة؟ طيب في الدقيقة اللي أبغى أقول فيها إنه Saudi, unfortunately, in Saudi Arabia, and please guys, feel free to ask me for free when you do your PPP projects in Saudi Arabia, we don't concentrate on the alpha return, we just concentrate on the beta return. Beta return is the market return. I mean, water project makes 10%, I want to make 10% and be happy. No, there is an alpha side which is not related to the project itself. It's the creativity of industrial clusters surrounding the project that can create you much more profits and make you much more happier and socially responsible. You didn't ask me about the, just one thing to mention to IDB. IDB, honestly, without any flattering or any exaggeration, I feel is the future of PPP. Why? Because they have political insurance for countries, which mitigates a lot of risk and makes the cost lower. IDB has Islamic finance, which we want to show the world is sukuk, asset-backed is there. They are the pioneer of that. And IDB has a lot to do with philanthropy, institutions that can invest their money in sustainable projects.
Very interesting.
You didn't ask me the question.
Well, just tell me the question and I will ask you.
A new trend, I want to say.
Yeah, sure. Please.
Yeah. My own creativity in PPP, now I have quadruple P's. So PPPP. Okay, guys, for you to apply now, which I believe is the future of PPPs in the new arena. It's philanthropy, private-public partnership. القطاع الثالث كما ذكر الدكتور بندر حجار is essential. Why? Because unfortunately infrastructure funds are criminals in exiting the project. They want to just exit, make the most of it, and they don't care about sustainability. So when you have philanthropy, charity homes, foundations investing, they care about sustainability, about returns, they don't care about exiting. And these are long-term projects, okay? With the involvement of sovereign wealth funds and private sector to make the economy more sustainable. And IDB has the debt side to be in Sukuk, so it's Islamic. So I think P is the future.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Always interesting to listen to Dr. Nahid Tahir. She just give you energy, you know, talking about stuff. This is positive, and especially when we're talking about, by the way, the third, what's called the third sector. It's becoming now also with the Vision 2030 very, very relevant to the economy, because there is a contribution to GDP expected. So early on, it was just, you know, a sector sitting there, not contributing much, but things are changing immensely now. Look at what the Ministry of Labor and Social Development is trying to do with the endowments, for example. Things are changing in a very sensible and clear-cut way in this country and in many others around it. Thank you very much. One more time. Now we have Mr. Adil Al-Khayami, CEO of SMI in Morocco, and he has something very interesting to talk about in one of the sectors that are very promising and relevant to the Islamic world and to GCC and to Saudi Arabia, which is renewable energy. Very interesting. Tafadhal.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, I wish to extend our warmest thanks to His Excellency, President of IDB Group, for inviting us. And these thanks, of course, are said on behalf of SMI President, Mr. Hal Bulgut, and also SMI team. And also these thanks goes to the top management team of IDB Group. What I want to do today is to share in 7 minutes, to share the experience of the PPP in Morocco. And I will focus first to what is PPP in Morocco in 2 minutes. Some specialists like to say that PPP in Morocco started a century ago, especially or exactly in 1914. In 1914, this was the first concession of water distribution in Morocco. And what we have been seeing during the last decades is a slight or a switch from PPP on the OPEX side to the PPP to the CAPEX side. And it is exactly what makes the difference, what we're talking about, what explained brilliantly Mr. Hadi Mjay about the gap of the financing. And Morocco today needs to invest for the next decade more than $60 billion only on transport infrastructure, even though Morocco is already developed in this area. Why I'm mentioning this is because we can see easily that, as all my colleagues said, and they're absolutely right, there is a huge need for financing. But how to do it? With which partners to select? And as Dr. Nahid said, how to become reliable stakeholder in financing or developing PPPs, because the private sector and the public sector do not have the same goals. And thanks to the vision of our king, Mohammed VI, Morocco has been changing dramatically since the 15 last years. Huge policies with huge financing, sectorial development, strategies, and all this has shaped a new Morocco. And what our president, Mr. Bourgoud, decided to do since 2008, because Marita Group is an international company with presence on the 5 continents. And the 2008 crisis has shown that there is different ways to develop a country infrastructure, hard infrastructure, soft infrastructures. And this vision has led to a new strategy developed on 5 pillars: renewable energy, electric mobility, smart buildings, education, and healthcare. And from this strategy, we have been launching different projects with our public partners, and I will focus on 2 of them, what we can be considered as the flagship project. The first one is the electrical buses infrastructures in Marrakesh, with the region of Marrakesh, with the city of Marrakesh, with the sovereign fund, the Moroccan sovereign fund, dedicated to energy efficiency. And this project has been decided to be achieved by our president since it was creating jobs. Because the 5 pillars that I've been mentioning don't have the same meaning if we do not assume our own responsibility as a corporate social, as a company that is corporate social. And all the decisions, strategic decisions to go through or to develop any kind of project is always seen through the job creation impact. So for the mobility in Marrakesh, for the buses, we have, of course, other projects for electrical mobility by cars. We have partners, and I will talk about partners at the end. And we have also a soft infrastructure project in Rabat, capital, called Green Tech Valley. That is a new integrated city with healthcare, clinic, with education, with malls. And the idea behind this project is that we believe that to make it successful today, projects need to be integrated. If it's not the case, we think that it may lack some crucial keys that will lead to a success. And to do so, the guidelines that our board had decided to give to the whole group under the leadership of our president is that we need to go to partner with the best in class or to the world-class players in the world. For example, Schneider Electric for the electric mobility. We have SCC, which is a very big company, worldwide company dedicated to malls management and creation. We have also Salon Film, a Chinese company, Hong Kong company, dedicated to media cities. And all these stakeholders all together can provide the needed expertise to develop this kind of success stories. But last but not least, IDB is a crucial player, crucial partner for us. Because the vision of IDB, the long-term vision, is absolutely necessary for a company like us that decides to go to PPPs. Because, as Dr. Nahid said, the interests or the vision on the finance side do not fit the vision of development side. And in our DNA, we think that to make this project sustainable, successful, they must be social. So I would say that the success of PPPs depend on one single vision shared by all the stakeholders, and these stakeholders must be the finance side, the expertise side, and the developer side that knows exactly how the country must be developed.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, and you emphasized the point which is highly relevant to developing countries, which is the vast majority of all member countries in IDB. The social aspect of PPP, if you can just highlight, even using the example that you have.
Of course. For example, we always decide to develop PPP project once we have secured that the job creation, the transfer of expertise is granted. So we were asked to contribute to project, but there was no job creation or expertise developed in Morocco. And each time the decision was no. We will not go through this is our DNA, as I said. And it's quite tough because it means that you need to be stronger with long-term financing to be strong enough to make it sustainable. So the education side, the healthcare side, is a way to make it social. Because, for example, in the Green Tech Valley, the clinic we are developing, the doctors we have hired to do so, share the same vision of how to provide a good healthcare system at a lower price. Because when I said that we rely on renewable energy, the idea around this is always to make it competitive in the benefit of people. If we are capable to implement renewable energy and smart buildings and so on, it means at the end of the day having competitive costs, but these competitive costs are to the benefit of the people. And the PPP, as Mr. Hadi Mejai said previously, you go through transparency. So what you commit, you need to achieve it. It's not only a strategic decision.
Thank you very much, very interesting. Last but not least, we have Mr. Mirjid Rees, the Senior Financial Advisor of NG of UAE. And he'll preface on a very interesting project in which IDB was involved. It's based here in Saudi Arabia. Al-Fadli, it was mentioned in the presentation of Mr. Mohammed Hadi. Mr. Rees, please.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning. Firstly, of course, I'd like to thank IDB and His Excellency for the opportunity that we have to come and talk to you about the Fideli project. I'd also like to thank the management and specifically the teams within the Islamic Development Bank that worked with us on the transaction and made it such a success. Before I talk about Fideli, though, I'd just like to highlight that it's not the first time that we as a company have worked with the Islamic Development Bank. If we look back to the Safi project in Morocco in 2013-14, that was one example, and also through our heritage company, International Power, we were involved with in the Uch Power in Pakistan together. So there is a track record of working together, and obviously we look to continue that in the future. So then, if I'll explain a little bit about the parameters of the and features of the Fideli project, then I'll go on to talk a little bit about the structuring, the financing, and the role that Islamic Development Bank has played in our financing. So, as highlighted in the earlier presentation, the Fideli project, it's a combined heat power project that's located in Eastern Province. It's adjacent to Saudi Aramco's Fideli gas processing plant. Both those projects are under construction, and our project will be coming online in November 2019. And the relationship between those projects is key because the Fideli CHPP project is providing the steam and water to the Fideli gas processing plant. At the same time, it will be receiving low BTU gas from Saudi Aramco under a fuel supply agreement. In terms of the overall structure, it's a boot, it's a build and operate transfer. So we as the developer are responsible for the design, negotiating the EPC, which is with Doosan Heavy Industries, the Korean firm, putting in place the financing, and then once operational, running the plant under an O&M agreement for 20 years, at which point it then gets transferred back to Saudi Aramco and SEC. So it's, I would say, a typical type of structure that we've seen and that's been banked in the GCC over the last, let's say, 10 to 20 years. I think NG, through its predecessor companies, Suez, Tractebel, was involved from 1996 within the region. So it's a typical structure, and in terms of the technical capabilities, the way it's been designed is to ensure 100% availability because of the criticality to the Fidelity gas processing plant in terms of the steam and the water supply. At the same time, it's also a highly efficient plant, and there's some very stringent environmental requirements. For example, we have to be below 9 parts per million on NOx. So if we look at the benefits of this project from a strategic perspective, I would say there's three points here to look at. Firstly, we're enabling the exploitation of the gas reserves in Fidelity, providing competitively priced power to the Saudi Electricity Company, which has a 20-year offtake agreement for the power. And thirdly, we're introducing more gas into the, let's say, the energy production, electricity production matrix within the kingdom. So now I'll just explain a little bit about the process that we went through to get to financial close, which took place earlier on this year in January. The project was bid under a competitive bidding process whereby the RFP was issued in April 2015, and the competitive bids were submitted from all the different competitors at the end of October in 2015. We've then gone through a process of clarifications and further negotiation, which is typical of these types of processes, ultimately leading to a conditional award to NG in July of this year, of last year, sorry. So in fact, at that point in time, that was the moment when we started engaging with the Islamic Development Bank, because at that point in time, given the, let's say, the slight turbulence in the financial markets, we needed to, let's say, enhance and strengthen our financing plan. So overall, the structure within the financing that we have now is one where we have 4 different tranches. We have a commercial tranche with the international banks. We have a local commercial Islamic tranche with the National Commercial Bank. There is then obviously the Islamic Development Bank tranche, which is $105 million commitment, and then there's a ECA tranche from Korea Exim. And what was particularly challenging on our project is that we had a very tight time scale that we had to keep to in order to hit a notice to proceed at the end of December. And this has required Islamic Development Bank teams to work extremely hard to get up the curve on the due diligence and all the project documentation, and then involved in the financial documentation negotiation, leading to a positive board decision in November. And that's a very aggressive timetable, given that we only really started these discussions with Islamic Development Bank in August. So that's something that we were exceedingly happy about, and it was very impressive because within the industry there tends to be a sort of rule of thumb, or you hear people often say that if you're dealing with multilateral finance organizations, development finance organizations, they can be bureaucratic, they can be slow, and not as responsive as commercial banks. But I have to say that that was not our experience at all in the Fidelity project, and it enabled us to meet the targets and for us to move ahead with and reach the financial close in January. But we took the notice to proceed in December. So it was an extremely positive experience, and one that we look to build on with Islamic Development Bank, with the projects in the future.
Thank you very much. Would you care to highlight the peculiarities of this project relevant to other experiences that you had? Anything special, anything that can be generalized? You know, in this country we are moving into that direction where the BBB will be the name of the game. Of course, this is not the first BBB in the energy sector, but still, from your experience, how would you relate this to other experiences that this project of Al-Fadli to other projects that you were involved in?
Well, as I mentioned, there is a template that's been quite established throughout the region, and it was following elements of that. What was different on this project compared to other ones that we saw in the past, say for example on CHPPs with Saudi Aramco, is that there was a dual offtake structure. So previously on the CHPPs there's been an energy conversion agreement, so you didn't have a fuel supply agreement, you didn't have a power purchase agreement with Saudi Electricity Company. So that's a new feature that we saw on this. In terms of let's say trends moving forward, clearly the stringent environmental regulations, that's something, and requirements, that's something that we see going forward, and that's in line with ENGIE strategy to be working on projects where the highest environmental caliber. And also I think in the future we want to be moving not only onto these infrastructure projects, but also in the let's say as other actors have mentioned earlier, in the let's say the softer side of PPP. So we see a trend where ENGIE has in the rest of the world in its subsidiaries a lot of experience in let's say service management, district heating and cooling, and that's an area that we see as growing. Although that was not something that was specifically a part of this project.
Thank you very much. Before taking your very important questions, of course, to enrich the discussion, the organizers prepared a number of questions, so these you can just answer, but yes or no kind of answers. So what I will do, I will just read them off to give you a little bit of time to think, maybe. Can you see that? And you have devices in front of you, right? So you can vote more or less. It's a yes or no. So the first question is, and of course in every session you will have a similar set of questions. So these are the sessions, the questions for session 1, which is the BBB success stories in IDB member countries. So the first question, do you expect the share of education and health to go up in the coming years of projects financed using the BBB approach? Is it a yes or a no? هل تتوقع ارتفاع نصيب قطاعي التعليم والرعاية الصحية في السنوات المقبلة في المشاريع الممولة عبر نموذج الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص على مستوى العالم الإسلامي؟ أجب بنعم أو لا. Second question, which sector will receive the highest amount of PPP financing in the coming years? A, power, B, healthcare, C, education, D, transportation. ما هو القطاع الذي سيحصل على أعلى تمويل من مشاريع الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص في السنوات المقبلة؟ ألف، الطاقة، باء، الرعاية الصحية، جيم، التعليم، دال، النقل. Third question, which one is the most significant contribution of PPPs in supporting sustainable energy mix? A, increasing the overall efficiency. B, securing private capital. C, better planning and predictability. ما هو الإسهام الأكثر أهمية لمشاريع الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص لدعم قطاع الطاقة المستدامة؟ ألف: تعزيز مستوى الكفاءة بشكل عام. ب: تأمين وحماية رأس المال الخاص. ج: تخطيط أفضل وتعزيز القدرة على توقع النتائج. السؤال الرابع: Which one do you think is the most critical factor in an airport project in terms of bankability? A: passenger traffic guarantee by government. B: debt assumption by government. C: quality of project documentation. D: reliability of passenger traffic forecasts. E: overall macroeconomic environment. برأيك ما هو العامل الأكثر أهمية في أي مشروع لبناء مطار، وذلك من حيث القبول لدى البنوك أو بما يمكن البنوك من تمويله؟ ألف: ضمان الحكومة لحركة السفر. ب: تحمل الحكومة للديون. ج: جودة مستندات المشروع واكتمالها. د: التوقعات الصحيحة والدقيقة المتعلقة بالمسافرين وحركة السفر. ه: البيئة الاقتصادية بشكل عام، يعني طبعا المقصود البيئة الاقتصادية الإيجابية بشكل عام، يعني يكون في نمو، يكون التضخم منخفض، يكون في معدل البطالة منخفض. هذا القصد. السؤال الأخير الخامس والأخير: What role should IDB play in enhancing collaboration between public and private entities? A: direct financing. B: direct financing and mobilizing private sector resources. C: transaction advisory in project development and financing. D: policy level advisory for governments. E: all of the above. ما هو الدور الذي يتوجب على البنك الإسلامي للتنمية القيام به لتعزيز التعاون بين منشآت القطاعين العام والخاص؟ ألف: التمويل المباشر. ب: التمويل المباشر وتعبئة موارد أو حشد موارد القطاع الخاص. ج: تقديم الخدمات الاستشارية فيما يتعلق بتطوير المشاريع وتمويلها. د: تقديم الخدمات الاستشارية على مستوى السياسات للحكومة. ها جميع ما سبق. Now we'll move to Q&A. We'll have a few minutes for that. But before receiving your questions, I'm very anxious to get to that part. I would like to assure you fully committed to the 4 sessions of this event. His Excellency Dr. Bandar Hajjar will be here for the 4 sessions, so please stay for the whole day. You'll hear a great presentations and experienced speakers. Please raise your hand and be very brief and direct. Okay, so I have to repeat the questions. It seems that there was a technical problem, so very quickly I will just go over the questions one more time due to a technical problem with the devices. But in the meantime, please prepare your questions. Make sure that it is a question. If you have a comment and you feel that you need to, the urge that you have to say it, please be direct and concise. So maybe 1 minute or so. Yeah, okay? Yes. And the question also be direct. Make sure that you mention your name and your affiliation. Take a little bit of time to think about the question. And what I will do right now, I'll just go over, as per the organizer's request, I will go over the questions one more time very quickly. So the first question, do you expect the share of education and healthcare to go up in the coming years in all PPP finance projects in the Islamic world? A, yes, B, no. Are we okay? Second question, which sector will receive the highest amount of PPP financing in the coming years? A, power, B, healthcare, C, education, D, transport. Third question, which one is the most significant contribution of PPPs in supporting sustainable energy mix? A, increasing the overall efficiency, B, securing private capital, C, better planning and predictability. Fourth question, which one do you think is the most critical factor in an airport project in terms of bankability? A, passenger traffic guarantee by government, B, debt assumption by government, C, quality of project documentation, D, reliability of passenger or traffic forecasts, E, overall macroeconomic environment. And the last question, what role should IDB play in enhancing collaboration between public and private entities? A, direct financing, B, direct financing and mobilizing private sector resources, C, transaction advisory in project development and financing, D, policy level advisory to government, E, all of the above. Thank you very much for answering, and now we can move to questions. I think someone was there. Please, your name and the affiliation and the question.
My name is Luay Ghazali, Ministry of Works in Bahrain. I have a question for Dr. Nahid. I wasn't sure what you meant by philanthropy, PPP. I mean, is that like social development programs to increase coverage, or was it in terms of money, like there should be minimal expectations?
Thank you.
What I meant by the 4 Ps, your
Yes,
question.
one more time.
4 Ps is philanthropy, public-private partnership, is to have the charities or the big foundations contributing to the finance of PPP, either through equity or through sukuk. Why? Because these institutions are looking for sustainable return, okay, for the long term, okay, which is opposite to the infrastructure funds that would love to exit as soon as possible and the price and whatever you like, doesn't commit to the vision of the PPP in the long term. Okay, so philanthropy has a lot of role to do, especially in Saudi Arabia. Yani imagine 90% of the charity homes have white land with no return. So imagine the role can expand, especially in the GCC and Saudi Arabia.
Okay, is it clear now? Okay, thank you. The lady there, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Nira al-Mishkhas from Saudi Arabia. I ask by Arabic.
شوي الميكروفون في صدى قوي عندنا الجهة هذه، نخاف ما نسمع، ما نفهم يعني.
وهل الحين واضح الصوت؟
لو تقربي الميكروفون شوي على نفسك.
وأنا مقربته.
طيب تفضلي عفوا.
منيرة المشخص من المملكة العربية السعودية. سؤالي يمكن أتمنى الدكتورة ناهد يمكن تجاوبنا.
تفضلي.
دكتور بندر ذكر أنه 127 بليون دولار قيمة المشاريع التنموية في البلدان الإسلامية. سؤالي إذا كان هذا المبلغ يعني الضخم تم إنشاءه على هذه المشاريع، لماذا لا نراها على أرض الواقع؟ لماذا يزداد الفقر والتخلف في أكثر المجالات في عدد كبير من البلدان الإسلامية خاصة الأفريقية، بينما نجد البلدان الغير مسلمة تشهد نمو، رغم أن هذه المشاريع لا يعني التي يصرف في تلك البلدان يمكن أقل مما يتم صرفه على البلدان الإسلامية. وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. تفضلي دكتورة.
تسلمي. هذا شوية very much emotional question, but anyway I agree with you. أتفق معاكي جدا في إنه البلدان الإسلامية للأسف كانت تعتمد على ميزانيات حكومتها في تمويل المشاريع، وإلى الآن ما زالت ضعيفة في منهج البي بي بي، وعشان كذا تلاقي إنه التمويل ضعيف لأنه تنتظر ميزانية الدولة، وغالبا ميزانية الدولة لا تكفي حتى لقطاع واحد من القطاعات المحتاجة إلى تنمية. مثلا أعطيك مثل المملكة العربية السعودية، إذا تبغى بس تكفي المياه المطلوبة حسب الطلب يعني الحالي، تحتاج أن تصرف من ميزانيتها حوالي 30% من ميزانيتها فقط لمشاريع المياه، وهذا لن يحصل. اوكي، فنحتاج التمويل اللي هو قائم على الشراكه بين القطاع العام والخاص، ودائما غذيت امخاخنا او ادمغتنا بانه احنا دول ناميه والمخاطره عاليه ولن تاتي الاموال لتمول هذا، بل بالعكس نحن دول الطلب فيها عالي والجاب فيها كبيره والمنافسه فيها ضعيفه في هذه المجالات. فاي intelligent money او مال ذكي ياتي بمعرفه وينقل المعرفه ويجد المشروع موجود في هذا القطاع، ولكن احنا علينا ان نستقطبه بطريقه منظمه سياتي ويمول، ولا نحتاج ان ننتظر ميزانيات الدول وميزانيات النفط.
شكرا جزيلا. اعطي فرصه للاستاذ محمد هادي يجاوب، ممثل البنك الاسلامي في البانل هنا. تفضل.
Perhaps maybe really a straightforward answer. I mean, the 130 billion figure is really compared to the needs of the Muslim countries is really a drop in the ocean, you see. And in terms of really absorption capacity in these countries, they will need maybe 10 institutions similar to IDB really to catch up on the infrastructure and on the different priorities. So, and this is really a very much relevant debate today among all the multilateral institutions, because even when you take the figure combined of all the multilateral institutions together, how much their financing capacity to really meet the sustainable development goals, it remains really a drop in the ocean. And that's why really at all levels and all fora, from the G7, G20 groups to the UN institutions debate to the different multilaterals, the issue of resource mobilization is very much present there, because everybody is really aware that there should be mobilization of money from the private sector, from philanthropy, from different parties to accelerate really the growth and catching up on the KPIs in the various sectors, whether education or healthcare and so on.
Thank you very much.
I want to add just one point here. I agree with you, Mr. Hadi, definitely that the knowledge is not there, but also the procurement is the most problematic thing in attracting, because international institutions will come and finance if we have the right procurement.
Thank you. في سؤال هناك. Raise your hand, please. لا. ارفع يدك لو تسمح. ارفع يدك عشان يشوفك الميكروفون.
عبد المجيد القرني من السؤال انه
اسمك عفوا ما سمعناك.
عبد المجيد القرني من المملكة العربية السعودية. سؤالي انه
من الشركة، تشتغل في شركة او تشتغل في
اشتغل في وزارة الاقتصاد والتخطيط.
تفضل.
My question is our local private sector ready to take a huge number of PPP projects? Do we have capable and enough candidate, construction, company, financial. Are we ready, the private sector, the local Saudi private sector, ready to take this huge number of PPP projects? I think we have a problem. So, is it clear, my question?
Yeah, that's clear.
Thank you.
Do you address it to someone in specific? To whom you address your question?
I think...
Anyone? Okay. What about Muhammad? Okay. Because he's asking about the private sector in Saudi Arabia, it seems to me, right? So let's see Muhammad Hadi and then Dr.
You see, if we look to the kingdom from a constituency perspective of IDB, it's one of, I would say, one, if not one of the most important countries, basically. Why? Because there is a very diversified private sector. You have some very big groups actually that started really going and executing projects outside. I mean, Dr. Nahed spoke about Bin Laden Group. They were involved with IDB in building PPP projects in Senegal for the airport. The other day we were in Indonesia. There is another group, Al-Fanar Group from Saudi Arabia, going for PPP projects in Indonesia. So really, there is our good friend and partner, Dr. Subhi Baterji. I think I saw him this morning here, was one of the groups with whom we have dealt 15 years back, and we through that engagement we helped him on the first hospital, really first to ring fence, and it was a very interesting structure to build his first hospital in Yemen, outside the kingdom. And then we helped him in financing a couple of expansion here within Saudi Arabia. And then we went through the entire cycle with the group to take it IPO and get the IFC in the group. And today is one of the, I would say, the leading healthcare groups in the region. So I think in terms of capacity, it's there. But even if the capacity it's not there, a model similar to what Mr. Khayyami mentioned in Morocco can be applied. You know, for the PPP project by design, they require a lot of funding and a lot of expertise, so they can create a GV and they can bring the required expertise that they are lacking from the outside countries and build platforms, you see. And after a few years, these platforms can really have the capacity to go and execute projects outside. An example to that is the Aqua Power. Aqua Power started here. They started like a platform. They got investment from Sanabel and others, and then they started really implementing projects in Africa and so on. So the answer is really yes, and if there is a lack in any of the sector and wherever, they can bring really the right partner, and perhaps in the design of the project, PPP, perhaps having a local component to really build sort of expertise over time is very important and crucial.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Doctora?
I want to mention here something that the private sector is very much interested in joining PPP project, answering your question. Lacking the most problematic obstacle is the setting inside the ministries and the procurement and the contracts happening there. I'll give you an example I faced myself. I went for the Saudi catering, okay, of Saudia, okay, ready, and we were pre-qualified, okay, with a catering company, a consortium that was beautifully done. We went and pre-qualified and then withdrew. Why? Because Crédit Agricole made an advisory thing, and there is no knowledge in Saudi City about PPP, okay, in that regard. And it was simply receivables, okay, not happening. And if they come, they're going to go for payables, okay? So what you own is zero assets. And how come a PPP happen if the board is 70% from Saudi City and the private sector has no say? So we withdrew. Why? We don't want this deal. So the setting of the deal, the private sector will follow. He will come and put money. He's happy to have a new trend in business. The problem is the setting of the advisory, and there where we fail a lot of projects, and the failure that the Pre-Minister, Ex-Minister of Finance, Dr. Al-Assaf, has mentioned 3,000 PPP projects failed due to the procurement and the lack of strategic PPP unit in the kingdom.
Thank you very much. Maybe Mr. Rees has something to say, being involved in the PPP transaction here. Yes.
Absolutely. I think it's important to know that although on this Fidelity transaction we weren't partnering with local partners, we have done that on many of our projects in the past. So we see that there are skills and say benefits from partnering with local companies. Obviously in Fidelity we were sharing the SPV with Aramco and SEC, so it wasn't really required there. But we, in other sectors, renewables, and in other parts of the world, including North Africa, that's something we've definitely done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Khayami, do you have anything to say?
Yes. To answer the question, which is
yes,
actually a very good question, I think that we must look at the PPP as a wedding or a marriage between two people that have different backgrounds. Yeah. They do not have the same experience, they do not may have the same goals, and they still need each other. Yeah. And as Dr. Nahid said, once you want to get married, you sign a contract. But when you sign a contract, it's not to talk about how you will live together. It's to talk about how you may get divorced, unfortunately. And the key issue is over there. If we consider that there is an objective that is getting us together as private sector and public sector to achieve some noble goals, then we need to remove our clothes, our mentality, and to say, okay, we need now to wear a new clothes that is the clothes of the PPP, not the private side or the public side. And this is how I want to enhance or emphasize what makes the difference of successful PPPs and, unfortunately, PPPs that may fail.
Thank you very much. This question is very tempting, by the way. To some of the audience, they are maybe too young to remember some of the experiences that been going through in this country when it comes to the involvement of the private sector in the economy and in helping and injecting fresh investments. So I will be very brief and take you back to the year 2000. At that time, the government was just trying everything possible to convince the private sector to come in. And they announced at that time, or a little bit short after the 2000, the Saudi privatization strategy. And in that strategy, there was an announcement of 17 activities to be privatized. And high in the list was telecommunications, so we have STC. And then, of course, electricity generation was extremely high due to the capital intensity of that sector. And of course, the government realized early on that there is no way they'll be able to come up with the money to attain to the requirements or to satisfy the requirements of the generation only. So what they did, they said, okay, we will allow IPP to come and independent power producers to come and invest, and we will take the off-taking will be done by the government. So first transaction went okay, the second transaction went okay, and of course the private sector was extremely excited. And you can imagine you're talking about multi-billion dollars projects. So the development of the project will take like few million of US dollars, like 5, 6, 7 million. Okay, so they had like the private sector had a lined up of projects. It was like say 2005, 2006, and then the government said, Thanks, but no thanks. I think project financing will cost us too much. PPP will cost us too much. We have the cash. We will do it ourselves. Thank you. And the private sector, of course, assumed losses and figured that it is really off and on kind of a relationship. So if I need you, I will call you, and if I don't need you, I will just. The second point, that the Saudi private sector is a leader everywhere. It ranks #1 in all Arab countries, with no exception, as an investor. The Saudi private sector participated even in the privatization at the Thatcher time, okay? So they got into the PPP and they got some investment and so on and so forth. One of the, of course, such investment was in the national grid in the UK by Al Ulayyan Group, okay? Another group by Zainal Group in Pakistan. It was an IPP and it was very successful. So the intention, but what's important that we can take away from this, and the very important question that you posed, that the relationship between government, any government, not necessarily our good government, any government, the government and private sector need to be strategic. مثل الزواج يعني, okay? Strategic, long term. Long term, not because you don't have the money, you will ask me, you will invite me, and whenever you have the abundance of the resource, you say, okay, thanks, but no thanks. Thank you for the question. I have a question at the end, please. تفضل. معلش واحد بس. وعدنا لأن عشان ما يزعل. في الأخ اللي في الخلف كان بيسأل سؤال. تفضل.
محمد مكي من المملكة العربية السعودية.
الله يخليك. عفوا، كلنا من المملكة العربية السعودية. اسمك الكريم وجهة العمل.
محمد مكي، جريدة عكاظ.
أهلا وسهلا.
الله يسلمك. دكتورة ناهد، دائما تركزين على القطاع غير الربحي. هل ترين أن القطاع غير الربحي راح يكون الجزء الأكبر الذي راح يتخذه البنك الإسلامي؟
القطاع غير الربحي قصدك
يقطع الصوت عفوا يقطع.
القطاع غير الربحي قصدك الشاريتي
البي بي بي.
ها؟
البي بي بي اللي انت دائما تتحدثين.
انا اقول لك ليش، لانه القطاع الوقفي عندنا الان في المملكه، اوكي، زي ما قلت اراضي بيضاء، اوكي، واستثمارات ضعيفه الايراد جدا، والصيانه حقت الريل استيت اللي بيدفعوها عاليه جدا، ويعني اتس ويست. طيب، وقائمين على الهبات. فانظر لهم كفاونديشن مثل بيل جيتس، مثل هاشتابونج في ماليزيا، مثل هارفارد يونيفرسيتي، انه يجمعوا هذه الاموال اللي عندهم يستثمروها، اوكي، في عوائد ذات تدر دخل كبير، اوكي، وجيد ومستدام، اوكي، فيصير عندهم عوائد ما يحتاجوا الى هبات، يعني ينموا مواردهم وينموا اقتصاد البلد في نفس الوقت، اوكي، فيصبحوا لهم اذرع استثماريه تستثمر اموال الاوقاف، اوكي، وعوائدها تعود للاوقاف والاعمال الخيريه، فبكده تكبر الاموال اللي تعود على الاعمال الخيريه وتزيد، اوكي، وفي نفس الوقت هي نمت اقتصاد المجتمع بالدخول في مشاريع جيده طويله الامد، سوشيالي ريسبونسبل، جرين، طبعا مش ملوثه للبيئه. فكل العوامل انجمعت مع بعض في دخول القطاع الخيري الى منظومه الاستثمار، واضافه زي ما قلت قبل كده انه اللونج تيرم، اوكي، الطول، المدى الطويل، القطاع الخيري موجود الى المدى الطويل.
اوكي، شكرا جزيلا. انا شايف ان في عدد من الاسئله، اضطر اني اعتذر منكم جميعا في جلسه ثانيه عشان بس يعني ما نتاخر. اشجعكم لحضور بقيه السيشنز. Thank you very very much. This has been very interesting. We had very relevant keynote speech by Mr. Mohammed Hadi of IDB, and also I need on your behalf to thank the presenters. our Dr. Nahid Tahir, Chairman of Arab Seeds, KSA, Adil Khiyami, CEO of SMI Morocco, Mirdid Rees, Senior Financial Analyst, NG UAE. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
شكرا جزيلا لك دكتور إحسان. دعونا نحيي المتحدثين مجددا لما قدموه من رؤى قيمة ومساهمات فعالة في هذه الجلسة. يسعدني أن تستمتعوا باستراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، نعود بعدها لاستئناف الجلسة الثانية بعنوان نموذج الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص لدعم رؤية السعودية 2030. كما يسرني أن أدعو معالي رئيس مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية والمتحدثين لأخذ الصورة التذكارية.
we sit down?
It will be cold.
I'll be cold. Oh, okay.
أرجو من الحضور الكرام التكرم بأخذ أماكنكم استعدادا لبدء الجلسة الثانية. نبدأ الآن الجلسة الثانية بعنوان نموذج الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص لدعم رؤية السعودية 2030. ستتناول هذه الجلسة إحدى السمات الهامة التي تشملها رؤية 2030، وهي دور الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص في دعم الرؤية في مجال البنية التحتية. كما ستناقش جاهزية الإطار التنظيمي لهذه الشراكة في المملكة العربية السعودية. يسعدني أن أقدم لكم السيد ريتشارد باتون، رئيس استراتيجيات القطاع العام بشركة KPMG بالمملكة العربية السعودية، ليقدم عرضاً مرئياً عن دور الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص في دعم رؤية. فليتفضل مشكور.
Okay, thank you ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers for inviting me here today. I'm Richard Payton, I'm the head of KPMG's infrastructure for Middle East and South Asia. And today I'm really going to be talking to you about how or whether PPPs are actually central to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. First and foremost, though, I'd like to extend my warm thanks to the IBD for bringing me here today to speak, for the invitation, to the other speakers for the informative discussions that we've had, and to all of you here for listening. I hope to be able to impart some knowledge over the next 10 minutes, really during this session about PPPs. And I'm going to try and keep it quite simple, because we know that we're between you and lunch, which is never a great place to be. So thank you for inviting us. Let me just start by giving you a quick overview of what I'm going to cover. We're going to look at the Vision 2030 and what PPPs underpin it. We're going to look at whether PPPs are indeed necessary to achieve that vision, and then we're going to look at whether they're useful. Now, when we're looking at whether they're useful, we're going to look at whether the risks involved with them, the money that they may bring, the jobs, and obviously the timely completion of projects. Then we're going to briefly cover where they should be used in the economy. And I have some strong and slightly divergent views from many people about where they're best suited to be used. So without further ado, let's look at the vision. The Vision 2030 sets out the Kingdom's long-term goals to reach 2020. Now, I'm a finance guy. I like numbers. So I did some data mining into this report. It's an 86-page report. So let's think about how much PPPs are important within this report. Well, they were only mentioned twice. That's not a great start. Then I thought, okay, well, let's play around with some words. Let's look at privatizing. I only mentioned twice again. So not a great way of looking at a 50-page document. I said, okay, let's take a step back. Let's look at another deviation of this, and let's look at privatization. 5. So if we're just to look at the pure numbers, really are PPP central to KSA's vision? Now, let's take a step back. If you've actually read the document as I have, and you've understood the vision, you'll find actually it is a central component and a proponent and tenant of the vision to include the private sector within the Kingdom's future. So looking at these numbers actually does it an injustice. And this is probably my favorite quote from the whole of the Vision 2030 document, this 86-page document, because it talks about paving the way for investors to take on public sector delivery of services. So services to be delivered to the public. It also talks about a shift in government's attitude, away from delivering these services to more of a regulatory and monitoring role. Now, this is very vital in order for PPPs to thrive. are they actually necessary? Do we need a PPP to achieve this vision? That depends in part on two questions. The scale of the ambition. Now, the scale of the ambition is set out in a document, especially for the near term, called the National Transformation Programme. You're probably very familiar with it, those of you from the Kingdom, as I am. It sets out the four-year near-term plan to help achieve the vision. And when we look through that, we look at something like the Ministry of Justice. We look at the judicial assets involved. They want to PPP 10 of those assets. They want to make 80% of the ministry's services delivered electronically. Is the Ministry of Justice an electronics company? No. Is it an IT service company? No. So it needs to do this through a public-private partnership. We look at healthcare sector. They want to increase the contribution by 10% that the private sector contributes to the health care spending in the economy. This is a huge amount. Ministry of Civil Service, 5 more PPPs activated by 2020. Remember, it takes between 9 months to 12 months to run a PPP competition. So you want to do 5 of them in one department by 2020? That's ambitious. Treated water, one of my favorites. Through strategic partners, which means the private sector, 20% by 2020, but from a zero base today. And last but not least, one of my favorites, housing. Looking at the subsidies to eligible citizens of the housing units available to them, from 10% today to 50% by 2020. This clearly sets out a very large ambition for PPPs in the next 4 years. So let's look at another question. So we know the ambition's there. But PPPs also rely on the funds being available to deliver them. So you've got an ambition. Now you could just pay for that ambition through an EPC contract. Very easy. So let's look at the funds that are available through the National Transformation Programme. Ministry of Social Affairs, 638 million for PPPs and BOTs. Ministry of Justice, 200 million for those 10, but 1.4 billion for digitising. Health, 6 billion. Labour, 1 billion. Royal Commission of Jubail and Yambo, over 7 billion Saudi riyals put aside over the next 4 years for PPP projects. Sounds like a lot of money. We've got a very large ambition, and we've got a pot of money. Now, I took away these figures from the NTP, and I did some back-of-the-envelope calculations. This is nowhere near enough money to be able to deliver all those capital-intensive projects. And you're looking at probably a leverage ratio of 10 to 1. Right? So we've got about 1/10 of the money we need to do these projects. So are PPPs necessary? Yes, you can find more funds, for sure, but should you? Should you find more money, or should you make do with what you have to fund these capital-intensive projects? So this brings me on to the point of, are PPPs useful to deliver this vision? So we've said we've got a big ambition, we said we've got limited funding available, so how do we use PPPs? How can we use PPPs to make this happen? And my first example here is really to talk about capital expenditure. PPPs should be seen as like you buying a house. You don't have the money in total today to buy your house, but you may have 10% of it, the deposit, and you may be able to finance the remainder of that through a mortgage. So you can amortize your capital expenditure of your house today over a 20-year period. This is the primary proponent of PPPs in my view, is to amortize that capital expenditure over a longer period of time so that you can afford to do more today with the limited budget you have. The second part of why PPPs are very useful is because they allow risk transfer. They allow your house builder to take the risk of building your house and for you to pay for it only once it's built. And that's something that the banks will like too. So delivery risk, give it to the private sector. Management risk, who is best able to manage this asset over the long term? Is it me as a house owner, or is it the builder who built it for me? Probably the builder. And then finally, and this one's a little bit more controversial when it comes to PPP deals, we talk about demand risk. Now, demand risk I can put onto the private sector, which means they have to collect their money from the public or from consumers, or I can take the demand risk myself and ask them to give me the asset on an availability basis. These PPPs, though, and we'll talk about them in an ethereal sense, they don't just happen. They don't, survive on their own. They need work. And we heard from the panelists earlier about the PPP procurement processes that you need to put in place. those procurement processes in a large part require a robust regulatory environment. Right? You need PPP laws, you need regulations. And if you don't have those, as in some countries, they rely on very strong commercial contracting law. Remember, you're a private sector investor, you're investing for 20 years. You want to make sure that your payments are guaranteed over that period. And the last part of this that I like, and is particularly something that I focus on in all my PPP transactions, is the payment mechanism. The payment mechanism is fundamental to whether any deal will actually ever come off the ground. Is it clear? Do we understand where the revenue flows are? Will banks fund my project? Remember, I'm a company. These are very big numbers. Do I have the money or do I need to borrow it? Normally I have to borrow it to invest. So the banks then come in and they look at either project financing or corporate financing. If I've got demand risk, will the end users pay? What's my tariff structure? Is there a regulator in place if I'm providing a monopoly service? All these sorts of issues have to be understood in order for PPPs to thrive in any economy. And for any deal, the payment mechanism is the single piece, normally, of the make or break of any deal. So it must be got right. Finally then, I'd like to look at where they should be used. Now, we used the example of a house earlier, and this is actually my favorite, a building. Building is really simple. You build me something, I know when it's built, I know when I can occupy it, it's great. It's a very great PPP. You build me an asset, once it's available, and I can use it, rent it, use it for my hospital, use it for my education facility, I start paying you for it. So it's a payment for availability. It's a lovely model. It's also, we're looking at the Islamic Development Bank, it's also Sharia compliant. Right? Because you have a housing asset, you have a building asset. It's very good. My second favorite sector, and it's no surprise given the panel discussion earlier, is transportation. We've seen some very successful PPPs in the transport sector in expansion of airports, toll roads, ports, railways. The reason for that is, and it was a question that got asked to us earlier, was because you have a demand assessment of passenger numbers. The better that passenger number demand assessment, the more bankable the deal. The more reliant then government can say, okay, private sector, you take some of the demand risk. You're providing a product to the public sector, so take some of the risk for it. My next favorite, and this is probably the one that's been where PPPs have been used the most, are utilities. By utilities, we're talking about water, power, electricity. So desalination. I know when you've produced, as a provider, a cubic meter of water. I know when you've produced a watt of electricity onto my grid. It's very easy, right? You, as a power producer or as a desalination provider, you own the technology. You can build that technology. You operate it for 20 years. Yeah, quite a lot of these deals are very successful when they're on a take or pay arrangement, as many of the IPPs done in the kingdom were. You produce your electricity, and I pay you for it. And we agree what I'm going to pay you for it for the next 20 years, and you take the risk of producing it for those 20 years. This is a very nice way for PPPs to work. It's very simple. Everyone knows their responsibilities. The two slightly more controversial areas are the provision of services. You're providing an education establishment, fine, you provide the building, that's very nice and easy, that's our first example. But how do you provide the number of students? How do I measure the quality of those students coming out of your educational establishment? How do I measure the quality of your operations? If you say, you're going to pay me for an operation, I do the operation, but you come back 2 weeks later because I didn't do it correctly, do you pay me again? Was that your fault that you went off and played football and hurt your knee again, if it was a knee operation? Or is that my fault that I didn't do the operation correctly in the first place? You get into very qualitative assessments of whether hospitals or education establishments have done the correct services. So you have to operate slightly more complex payment mechanisms. And in my mind, and I'm quite a simple guy, the more simple you make a PPP, the more successful it's going to become. If you start ending up with very long and very lengthy contracts over a 20-year period, that's going to eventually unwind. It's going to eventually come back to haunt you in legal challenges. So that's really all I wanted to cover off today. I'll leave you with 3 questions which I think the panel should really start to try and address. How's government addressing the issues of PPPs? Where are the sticking points in the system? Because obviously we had the Vision 2030, we've had the NTP, how many have actually been delivered? And what's going to happen going forward? and how we can all make that a success. So thank you very much for taking the time. I hope you enjoy the panel discussion, and I'll hand over now to Reem and the panelists. Thank you.
كل الشكر للسيد ريتشارد على هذه المعلومات القيمة، وتجدون العرض المرئي في موقع المنتدى الظاهر أمامكم على الشاشة. يسعدني الآن دعوة المتحدثين الرئيسيين إلى المنصة. السيد ستيفن فينبرغ، الرئيس التنفيذي لصندوق البنك الإسلامي للتنمية للبنية التحتية آسما مملكة البحرين. السيد جون دافي، رئيس مجلس إدارة ألترا كابيتال بالمملكة المتحدة. والأستاذ نايف الرشيد، مستشار الوزير المشرف العام على برنامج الاستثمار والتطوير العقاري وزارة الإسكان بالمملكة العربية المتحدة، المملكة العربية السعودية. يدير هذه الجلسة الأستاذة ريم أسعد، كاتبة اقتصادية من المملكة العربية السعودية.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for being with us today in the first IDB PPP forum. It's a very exciting forum. And I think the heated first session was indicative, and we hope that this session continues to bring more questions and more answers to the table. So thanks to Noof, she spared me the introduction of the gentleman with us today. I'm going to be speaking in English, and hopefully this will be translated into Arabic. We can switch languages as well. So today's session is going to be, as we've seen with Mr. Patton, he did introduce the PPP in simple language, and we're going to pick it up from here. I do have a few questions, and we'll kick off the discussion here by introducing the first question or the first topic of discussion. So in Saudi Arabia, we have the Vision 2030 that is very, very ambitious. And as we're speaking today, we have about 14 years left till we get there, or 13 years left. We're very hopeful. We do have different types of projects in different sectors that can use the private partnership model, public-private partnership model, to help achieve our targets and meeting the requirements along the way. Basically, I'd like to start this discussion by the hard versus soft infrastructure sectors that typically benefit from the PPP model. We do have hard infrastructure projects such as housing and transport. We also have soft infrastructure projects such as healthcare and education. From an academic viewpoint, perhaps we can turn to Mr. John Davey, who is the chairman of Ultra Capital and an academic, also a published author in the topic. So perhaps we can start by asking you, what are typically the sectors that can benefit from PPP, especially that KSA, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, already has a pre-existing foundation and an infrastructure that needs dramatic expansion given the time period. So if you can just elaborate on that.
Yes, well, first of all, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I come from the United Kingdom, and obviously I have a lot of experience in my home market, but I also have an enormous amount of experience around the rest of the world, from Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and so on. So I'll first answer from the UK point of view. Britain does have the world's biggest PPP program, and it is nearly all soft infrastructure. It is schools, hospitals, courts. We already had a lot of hard infrastructure, so we have privatized many things. And whilst the honourable gentleman on my right here will disagree with me, privatization and PPP should be kept as far apart as possible. So it is practical to do it. When you look at soft PPP, you have to distinguish very clearly the two parts to it. There needs to be some hard infrastructure, usually, to develop soft infrastructure. So are you only going to build schools as a PPP, or are you going to build schools and teach the pupils through PPPs? Now, I know the answer to that one in Saudi Arabia, because let me declare my hand. I am working with the team on the Saudi Schools PPP program right now. And in UK terms, we would call this an accommodation PPP. So it is creating new schools, looking after the estate, the management, the maintenance. A lot of things have to still be discussed, but not providing the teachers and not providing the syllabus. So your kind of soft PPP, and to the best of my knowledge, this is a first in the kingdom, is very similar to ours. Ours is tried and tested. It goes back 25 years. In fact, we have some PPPs that are coming to the end of their initial period. So we've gone through the entire cycle. Many countries haven't done that. In 2 or 3 years' time, I'll be able to tell you whether it really does work. Now, in the kingdom, you have a lot of experience of build, operate, transfer, operate, and so on, hard PPPs. So you have the basics, or you have much more than the basics. But we have decided we can use PPPs even where there isn't a physical infrastructure. For example, the British government's health policy is to keep people healthy rather than to build more hospitals once they get ill. We're using very unusual structures of PPPs to provide some of that health-focused delivery of our service. That's something you could look at. Nearly all of our government buildings are now PPPs. We decided a long time ago, government needs to government, but government doesn't need to be the owner of buildings. So our Treasury, the Finance Ministry, for the last nearly 30 years has been a PPP run by a consortium called Trillium. Our air traffic control is a PPP. Again, it's one that I had the privilege of working on. That was before the turn of the millennium. So all these things can be done. There are no boundaries to soft PPPs and hard PPPs. What there needs to be is a careful debate about where the boundary between these two comes. If you're doing a hospital, and like the UK, the medical provision is going to be provided by employees of the state, you have to decide where does the state start and where does the private sector stop. You have to enshrine all of that in the contracts before you start. Now, I'm not going to say much more now because those of you who have got the appetite for it will enjoy 15 minutes more of this afternoon when I do a keynote speech where I'll go into a little bit more detail.
Okay, so yeah, speaking of KPIs and time frame, I'm curious, perhaps the question is for Stephen now, what is a typical time frame for a PPP arrangement to be completed and ready to be followed and implemented? In very rough estimates.
I guess that's a bit of a technical question in terms of how advanced the procurement proceeds are and the how many competitive parties and how well the tender's been drafted. Can I just come back to a broader point though, perhaps? I've just arrived here overnight from Berlin, which was the conference of the major infrastructure investors in the world, 1,000 people there, all the sovereign wealth funds, all the pension funds, all those people. And for the first time, there was one day devoted to emerging markets. Most of the infrastructure investment has typically gone into the developed markets. And I spoke to a lot of the sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, Canadian pension funds, all those people, about the Saudi opportunity. And I think the Saudi opportunity is really about PPP, but maybe spelt a bit differently, as was explained by a colleague from KPMG. It's about the private participation in the provision of public services, rather than a very narrow definition of a UK model of a defined legal construct. And I think all these people would like to invest in Saudi. They're very interested, but they stop because they say, well, how do I get a visa to come here? How developed is the framework? Where are the deals? What's the financing environment like? What happens if there's a dispute? And I guess in many cases in Saudi, it is based more on a contractual basis for each sector rather than having a PPP framework or indeed a broader regulatory framework. So I think there is a lot of capital which is mobilised to come to Saudi to participate in the various range of projects in Saudi. But there's a bit of work to do to inform those people and to give them some confidence about the nature of the business opportunity, the competitive process, and then indeed what happens after they're invested. And just, if I may, just one more point. PPPs, privatisation, represents an absolute continuum of private investment. At one extreme, it involves outright privatisation. Back on the other way, it can involve the provision of services under a PPP structure, or build, own, operate, or at an airport, maybe the government resolves to privatise all the airports. Maybe they bring in people on concessions where they retain ownership of it. Maybe they privatise one airport or bring in one private investor, or indeed they might only bring into one terminal. Right. So there's whole ways of looking at how it can be done. But one model which we've seen operate in Europe is to bring in a private investor into a government-owned business where the government retains 51%. And a case in point here is the Belgian Post Office, where in Belgium delivery of mail is going down, parcels is going up because of Amazon and that sort of thing, heavily unionised. But in that case, the Belgian government brought in a private investor to take up to 49%, but with an agreed roadmap of what needed to be done over 3 to 5 years to improve that business, balance sheet-wise, dividend policy, operational improvements. And then at the end of that transition period, the government then has the ability to say, you know what, I think I'll list that on the Tadal, I think I'll open it up to other investors, but the government's got a better asset than when they started that. Now, whether that's a PPP or whether it's part privatisation or whatever, there are different ways of cutting that where you can bring international and private investors to bear.
Well, thank you, Stephen. I hate to get too technical, but I feel compelled to open up on financing. I know that financing is a huge part of this whole equation, and I would like to know, perhaps from Richard, I mean, how big is the financial element to the PPP in Saudi Arabia, amongst other contributing elements such as regulatory, legislative, implementation, KPIs, and performance measurement, and so on. So financing, is it going to be via securitization, perhaps build and operate? What kind of model are we looking at?
Yeah, you've got to remember the government here is contracting for a 20-year period. So who is the credit-worthy counterparty to the government? Now, the Ministry of Finance has indicated in the past that it's not willing to offer sovereign guarantees against PPP contracts for a 20-year process. Currently, there's no PPP law in the Kingdom or contracting law which enables a government department to execute a long-term contract. It's very difficult for a government department to enter into a 20-year contract, as the laws and bylaws of those government departments are currently faced. So you have this interesting dynamic that you're going to have to offer some sort of security to your private sector partners in this deal, and yet you don't have the mechanism to do it. So how do you do it? One thing which several government departments are looking at now is setting up funds, so independent funds, which are AAA rated. You can put them in a wrapper. That then becomes the credit-worthy counterparty to the transaction. Right. So it's off government books. And let's face it, when I showed that capital diagram earlier, this is the reason why PPPs were invented in the first place, to take the money off government's books and put it with private sector, with a party better able to manage and deliver that risk. So it'd be more efficient as well. So it'd end up costing the government less today and deliver better services today to its citizens and have the private sector manage those risks. Now, we have Knifesat here, which is a great thing for the panel. He's obviously living and breathing this, so I'll probably say less now and hand over to Knife to finish.
Yeah, this was actually coming up next. So Naif Rashid can talk to us about a successful pipeline happening with the housing sector, which is one of the key infrastructural ambitions of the Vision 2030. So I'll yield over to Naif.
Thank you very much. I would start by saying that the ministry historical role was to actually go in and develop their own lands and then pass those units to the beneficiaries. That is just not the job of the government. The government should not be interfering in the development, should not be competing with the private sector in the real estate sector. So that was a major shift in the way the Ministry of Housing looks at today at achieving its KPIs. One of the major KPI that we have also changed is, rather than the number of units that we need to deliver, to actually increasing home ownership of Saudi citizens. So those major two reframing, I would say, of the issue were crucial for us to move forward and to work with other stakeholders in the government. I mean, Richard knows this for probably a little bit more in the beginning. He worked with us on the Triple P models. Today we have executed two Triple P models, one on a private sector land and one on the government land. And the way that we've obviously attracted the private investor is through a set of restructuring of the whole industry and regulations. So we worked on three pillars: the demand, which are the beneficiaries; the supply, where we need to basically close the gap on the affordable housing sector, affordable housing units; and the regulations, basically. And we've passed around 18 regulation changes just last year. Most recently, the one that basically tackles the rental market. So we created that infrastructure to attract private investors to the market. Now the question of financing, like my colleague Richard was mentioning, financing is always a major issue, especially when it comes to development and construction. Banks don't have that appetite, and there is not enough qualified developers locally that banks feel comfortable to actually pass the loans to. So what we did, we've basically submitted a proposal to the government. We've gotten aside in the budget, and we played the role of enabling on our land, on our private sector land. So we have today financial incentives such as an advance payment, an underwriting, and already subsidized land that we, by the way, have developed around 63 million square meter of lands. We've developed the infrastructure on them, and they're ready. And these RFPs went out to the market publicly. And this year's target alone from these projects is 110,000. The amount of interest that we've got is from more than 125 developers locally and internationally. And I was speaking with Mrs. Reem earlier that we actually, in terms of value, the amount of money we got from abroad is much higher than the local investment. And that shows the interest that is being basically, the interest in Saudi sector overall. And I would mention some of the numbers without mentioning basically particular projects. A project size that we have today is around 10,000 units. It's one project, 10,000 units. Overall, the project size is around 2 billion. The private investor today is coming in with around 300 million Saudi riyal and making an IRR within 3 years of around 58%. Wow. So I think those numbers are very evident to attract any international investor and any local investor into the market. And these are the particular things that we've worked on to transfer some of the risk that we historically were doing as developers into the private sector, who, like Richard and my colleagues were saying, are better off handling such risk and basically take the government back to what it should be doing, which is just regulating the market and enabling it. So that's...
Oh yeah, on that note, I was just curious. So the model that the housing sector, under which the housing sector is using PPP, is just simply building, or perhaps O&M, operate and maintain, or, I mean, just out of, to clarify that, how far is the involvement of the private sector and its investors in the housing sector? For how long is that going to be? Just as soon as they turn in the projects, that's it, that's over?
So it really depends on the projects. The one particular project I was mentioning had commercial space. It's our land. So here we have the regulation to the ability to sell those plots to the private sector, which we've done under a partnership agreement. We created the Ministry of Housing owned company. It's actually the first company that is owned by a ministry. It's called the National Housing Company, where that company works as the vehicle with the private sector to partner with the private sector.
Right.
So you're basically, as an investor, as a private sector player, you are not facing the ministry. You're working with another private sector company that's been commissioned by the ministry to do the job. So we're given commercial. We're working with the Ministry of Education to basically be able to choose the operator on schools that is in the project. The Ministry of Health to also be able to choose the operators of the medical center, because the development is a community.
Right.
It's not just something I deliver in 3 years and just go on. There is a maintenance contract, 15 years, that is involved as well. So there is a lot of these things that could be basically tailor-made to each project.
Absolutely. And one more question, again, jumping into financing. So what really makes this whole deal, I mean, I see a blend of financing coming in from perhaps foreign investors, from local investors. So securitization could be one of the tools used in order to facilitate the financing, perhaps direct investment. Perhaps you can shed light on that, and this question can be picked up by any of the gentlemen right here. Because we do have a multitude of projects. We do have soft infrastructure, as we just said. We have investments into healthcare. And by nature, by definition, some projects are more profitable than others, depending on demand, depending on population, and so on, the markets and so on. So what is the key determinant here? That's number one. And second, what would make it typically most attractive? Is it just the return or the continuity, or what? Any of the gentlemen, please, John.
Could I just start off by saying, in a PPP, it goes through quite a few phases. There's the design and construction phase, which the financial markets consider high risk. It needn't be, promise me. If it's done properly, if it's designed properly, if it's built properly, once you get above ground, there should be no risk. But that is considered much more risky than the operational phase. Therefore, the financing in each of these phases should be different, which represents the risk that the different investors are taking. Now, in the higher risk area, you could build in some mezzanine, for example. People don't, but you can. The risk of building something will appeal to a slightly different appetite of investor who want a quicker, shorter return with more money in it because of the perceived risk. And I do say perceived because I don't honestly believe it is as risky as people say. However, the operational bit, the bit that could be collateralized and perhaps should be, is much lower risk. I want my pension fund to invest in something very secure and thoroughly boring. So why pay an enhanced price for cash all the way through a project when in fact you should be splitting it into its different areas? Now, a little one, because this is the Islamic Development Bank's forum, I don't know any Islamic product that will last 20 years in any case, even with credit enhancement. So you're going to have a forced refinancing at some time, so plan it at the beginning. The N33 road widening in Holland, a fairly recent post-financial catastrophe PPP project in Holland, involved 3 banks, 2 Dutch construction companies and a Dutch pension fund. It's the first time this has ever been done. The 2 construction companies put 10% equity in. The banks between them lent 30% each, so that was the 100% of the construction cost. The pension fund was locked in from day one without putting any money on the table on an index-linked deal, whereby after the 2.7 years of construction and a short period of proving the cash flow, they stepped in and they took over 70% of the bank's lending, not 100% of it. So the construction companies had 10%, each of the three banks, and one was Dutch, one was German, and one was Japanese. I won't mention them here. They retained 10% each, and the pension fund came in on this index-linked payment. It's a wonderful mechanism. We did a children's hospital in the UK where we had a debt auction in the PPP. There are all sorts of mechanisms coming in that really do take account of risk. And this is what this is all about. It's about risk. Let me just simplify risk. It is something that you size up, you weigh, and you price. You don't transfer risk. You buy it and sell it between the parties. But what does an insurance company do? It specializes in pricing risk and apportioning it and so on. So actually risk is something that has to be dealt with far more complexly in soft PPPs than traditionally people have been used to here in the Kingdom, and indeed in many of the other 56 member countries. The point is, it's all been done somewhere. It won't be the same here, but I'm a great believer. My father once said to me, God bless him, if you have a dog, don't try and bark yourself. Now, don't try and invent everything here, because there is one other very important point. Whatever you want to do today, 120 other countries are wanting to do exactly the same thing somewhere in the world. Some of these people have a much better chance of being invested in, some have a much worse. And don't get me wrong, Saudi is a good place to invest. You don't ever default on things. That's one of the most important things. Because what does the credit committee do? It says to the banker, remember the banker you deal with has no money himself. It says to the banker, how are these people going to pay what we lend them back with whatever terms there are at the time available? That is all that the credit committee really cares about. Equally, the credit committee is the only people who will decide whether you do have a project or you don't. All of us can do it perfectly. None of us has any money. So it has to be dealt with so that you're addressing issues where the credit committee has many other opportunities to put the other people's money that it's entrusted into. So it's complex, but it's all been done before. And indeed, you have the skills and the experience to do it here.
Very interesting. So perhaps this panel session may be coming to a closure, but I would like to end this by asking each of you gentlemen, giving me one reason to invest in the upcoming suite of projects and multitude of opportunities offered by the Saudi government in its journey to 2030. So perhaps we'll start by Stephen. Just a few words.
Yeah, look, I think it's clear why people should invest, the security of the country, the demographics, the youth, the transfer of division of services, the increasing wealth requiring a higher...
That's not one word.
Just kidding. That's all good. But I think they just put on the flip side, though, of that, in terms of what sort of model is adopted, there's various reasons for doing PPPs or privatisation, maximising upfront sales proceeds, introducing intellectual capital to improve processes, creating job opportunities, in the case of Margaret Thatcher, creating a class of investors. So there's different objectives. And I think the thing about Saudi is that it doesn't necessarily need to adopt what's happened overseas. Clearly, the easier it is for external investors to understand, the better it'll be. But for argument's sake, maximising upfront sales proceeds from the tender process may not necessarily be the best thing if indeed we're looking more at the knowledge transfer and job creation. Now, we just allow one point to come back to the fourth P, which was raised earlier, philanthropy. I really think that's sort of covered by the third P, partnership. And the situation was described in the previous session that short-term investors might try and gouge things out of the project on the way through. Well, it is true, these are long-term investments. They're probably not really suited to an infrastructure fund with a limited life. But the problem we've got is if you have a long-term investor, they might not have the discipline to make the changes and be responsive. So that's the problem. If you have a short-term investor, we've got that problem of tenure. And so I guess we always say that if someone can get the longevity of the open-ended fund, the discipline of the closed-end fund, and the liquidity of a listed fund, you get the Nobel Prize in economics. So, but no one's invented that yet.
Feels like an incredible formula.
But I think you will see a lot of sovereign wealth funds and pension funds from other parts of the world participate in the Saudi process, not just infrastructure funds.
So sovereign and pension funds. John?
Yeah. Well, I've been a member of the Saudi-Britain Joint Business Council effectively since it started in the early 2000s. And I've been coming here for many, many years. I've even done a few projects in the past. But what I've seen is a country evolving. When I first met your old foreign minister, Prince Saud, many years ago with a small delegation, he said, what we need is help to create jobs for young people. That's happening. What we need is help to find ways of bringing women into the workforce. That's happening. And his third one, we need to find out to successfully create PPPs at that time, not because of the money, but because we need a larger private sector for the country to grow and flourish in the future when we're in a post-oil environment. All these things are happening. It's happening by evolution, not revolution. That, to me, is one of the most important reasons why people should and will invest in the kingdom.
Thank you, John. Naif, you have first-hand experience when it comes to the variables and all elements that go into the input process, given your position with the housing and knowledge of the housing sector. Why would you invest in any of these projects?
I come from an investment banking background, so when I look at the investment, do we have the right management in place? Is it the right market? Can they make the returns that they're promising? And today we have all of that in the government. You have a great set of talent that are working, that's been attracted from the private sector to work with the private sector to basically evolve the economy, like John was saying. You have a government that is willing to listen, change, be versatile along the way. And we have a set of leadership that are saying basically we have one target and we want to achieve it with any means necessary. And the only way to do that is through a partnership with the private sector. So they're committed, they have the knowledge, the expertise, and basically they have the ability to change, which is crucial, I think, in Triple P, especially in long-term contractual agreements. So you have all of that, and then add to, for example, specifically on housing, you have a beneficiary that is actually very young, and they're earning decent amount of income on a monthly basis. So we call our homes affordable, but if you go anywhere in the world, they're not actually affordable. They're actually not a luxury kind of
formidable ingredients, yeah. Richard.
Okay, so finally, I know this is the last bit before lunch. Look, I've lived in the kingdom for 4.5 years. I've worked on PPPs for over 17 years now. I've negotiated with Saudis, and I've regretted it. So look, you are some of the shrewdest investors in the world that I've seen. If you put your money into projects locally, the international investors will come and back you up because they see where you will rigorously look at the deal and you'll attack the deal structure until you're happy with it. So if you're happy with it, I think everyone else is going to be happy with it.
Okay, excellent. So the panel session has now come to a closure, and we'll be taking questions that I was handed هنا. I will let the audience perhaps pick up their answers, but I'm going to be just reading the questions يمكن باللغة العربية. So for a change, we'll switch to Arabic. طيب perhaps the audience can give us their feedback. السؤال الأول هو ما هي أهم فوائد الشراكة بين القطاعين? Basically PPP. I think في إجابات ممكن تنحط maybe it's a hashtag or something. Okay. السؤال الثاني Yeah, I think yeah. طيب السؤال الثاني عن التحدي الرئيسي الذي تواجهه المملكة في رأيكم عند تنفيذ المشاريع الحكومية في البنية التحتية. التحدي الرئيسي في طبعا 4 تحديات، في تحديات عديدة بس واحد منها عفوا الإشراف على الإنشاء، البيئة التنظيمية وبيئة الأعمال، الأوبريتنج أو القضايا التشغيل، وآخر خيار اللي هو انخفاض الهامش الربحي. بيسكلي النقطة الأخيرة اللي كنا بنناقشها من حيث جاذبية هذه المشاريع والبيئة الاستثمارية للمستثمر سواء الداخلي أو الخارجي. هذه ال4 خيارات في رأيكم أو في معرفتكم إيش هو التحدي الرئيسي من هذه الخيارات ال4؟ السؤال الثالث، في أي قطاع في رأيكم أيضا يمكن لنموذج ال PPP إنه يوفر الدعم بشكل مباشر لرؤية 2030؟ عندنا الطاقة، الصحة، الرعاية الصحية، التعليم، all the above، جميع ما سبق. السؤال الرابع أيضاً نحن تكلمنا عنه بس بشكل مختصر، اللي هو تقييمك لجاهزية الأطر التنظيمية لنموذج الشراكة. يعني إحنا عندنا كذا إطار لتقييم نموذج الشراكة، منه المالي، منه الإطار التشريعي، التنفيذي. فنتكلم هنا عن الأطر التنظيمية أو regulatory framework تبعتنا، هل هي جاهزة بالكامل؟ هل جاهزة ولكن تحتاج تطوير أو نهائياً ما هي جاهزة؟ عندنا سؤالين بس بقي. الخامس اللي هو أي القطاعات باعتقادك أثبتت نجاح الشراكة أو ال PPP موديل هذا؟ الطاقة، الصحة، التعليم، النقل، الكل. وآخر سؤال بالنسبة للبنك الإسلامي، يخص البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، في رأيكم الدور اللي ممكن يقوم به هذا البنك، يعني صرح حقيقة صرح عظيم ربما مو كلنا نعرف عنه بشكل كافي، لكن وجوده إيش الدور اللي ممكن يلعبه؟ تمويل فقط تمويل مباشر، أو تمويل وتعبئة موارد القطاع الخاص، أو تقديم الخدمات الاستشارية فقط في التمويل والمشاريع، أو تقديم الخدمات الاستشارية على مستوى السياسات أو البوليسيز، أو جميع ما سبق. لو أحد من الفورم هنا يقول لنا what can we expect الإجابات حقتكم؟ perhaps الأخت نوف تقدر تفيدنا بالنسبة للإجابات. طيب أوكي ممتاز. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. Thanks to the audience. I hope this was helpful, and I hope to see you inshallah again soon. Thank you.
كل الشكر لك يا أستاذة ريم والمتحدثين. الآن أيها السيدات والسادة، يسعدنا استمتاعكم باستراحة لأداء فريضة الصلاة وتناول الغداء. نعود بعدها في تمام الساعة 2. لكم منا جزيل الشكر.
لو سمحتوا بالله الإخوة الحضور تفضلوا على الغداء لو سمحتوا. Please, all invited guests, please proceed for lunch. شكرا. Test 1, 2. Marlon, can you check it, the 6?
Test mic 1, 1, 2.
تسمع.
مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى وأشكركم على انضمامكم إلينا. نبدأ الآن الجلسة الثالثة بعنوان إمكانيات الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص والفرص القائمة في الدول الأعضاء. تمكنت بعض الدول الأعضاء خلال الفترة الماضية من تمويل مشاريع البنية التحتية من خلال القطاع الحكومي، بينما مورت الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص نسبة ضئيلة من إجمالي المشاريع. وشاهد هذا التوجه تغيراً خلال السنوات الأخيرة لأسباب عديدة، من بينها انخفاض أسعار النفط، تنامي الوعي بالمزايا التي توفرها شراكات بين القطاع العام والخاص، والمشاركة الفاعلة للقطاع الخاص. ستتناول هذه الجلسة إمكانيات الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص والفرص القائمة في الدول الأعضاء. يسعدني أن ترحبوا معي بالسيد أندرو روسكو، محرر متخصص في الطاقة والمياه، ميد الإمارات العربية المتحدة، لعرض فرص وإمكانيات الشراكة بين القطاعين. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the day so far. I found it very interesting this morning. And I look forward to some more interesting discussion and debate this afternoon. I'd like to thank the Islamic Development Bank for inviting me to speak today. And so in the morning we've had a good overview of what it takes to introduce a PPP and what the benefits of doing that are. So I'm going to have a look at some of the PPP prospects in the GCC in terms of the projects market. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Mead, we were started in 1957, so it's our 60th anniversary this year. Started off as an economic and political journal on the region, and since then we've sort of continued along that line, but we focus heavily on projects and business intelligence information. So some of the data I'll be using today comes from Mead and our database offering Mead's projects. So just an overview, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, the fall in oil price has had a dramatic impact on the economies in the GCC. If we look at this data from the IMF here, in 2017, Kuwait is the only country that's forecasted not to have a government fiscal deficit this year. And as a result, this governments are undertaking a significant shift in their economic development models. During the oil boom, the state-led approach that relied heavily on natural resources led to a massive growth and an increase in incomes from developing to developed countries in little over a generation. However, this has to change now, and we're already seeing moves to reform economies. So we've heard the distinction today between PPP and PSP, which is private sector participation. So private sector participation is the broader remit, and obviously PPP forms a central role in this. So I think in moving forward, we're going to see an increase in private sector participation through PPPs and also through other various privatisation and other partnerships in the region's economies. So at the moment, oil accounts for about 73% of government revenues and 82% of exports. That's across the GCC. So at a time when oil prices have dropped and there's new technologies coming out for power generation, it is time to reform the economies and find another way. The importance of PPPs is also in terms of creating jobs. Heard quite a lot today about the region. There's a lot of young unemployed people, and currently the public sector dominates employment across the GCC. So in the UAE, Oman, Kuwait and Qatar, more than 75% of nationals work in public sector jobs, and more than 60% in Saudi Arabia. And we compare that to countries in Europe, such as the UK, where up to 80% work in private sector. There's still quite a lot to do in terms of driving diversification efforts and employment. So if we just have a look, here's some of the PPP drivers and challenges. So, PPP has an established track record in the region in the power and water sector. I'm the power and water editor for Mead, that's primarily my focus. And since the first IPP in Oman in 1994, we've seen quite a lot of IPPs, IWPPs, and recently IWPs. And that's sort of the Oman led the way, and then the Abu Dhabi model in the early 2000s has sort of become a blueprint across the region. And there's the understanding that PPP framework is growing. And we've heard this morning about the benefits in improving efficiency, the obvious reduction of pressure on government finances through capital expenditure, and improved efficiency across the board. The barriers, as we've heard, there's many clients that to date have been reluctant to innovate. I think that's changing now. The regulations and laws still need work. So I'm going through the country by countries, but what you'll notice is that there's differences in approach. There's some countries that are going for a PPP unit, some for a PPP law, some aren't going for either of those, but they've still managed to procure some PPP projects. But what is important is there's strong regulation there that allows projects to proceed and allows investor confidence in the region. So this is some data from our MEAD projects database. So this is breakdown of planned PPP projects in the GCC. These are at various stages of planning and study stage. So if we look, that's over $95 billion worth of PPP projects planned at the moment. In Saudi Arabia alone, that's over 50 billion. Kuwait's the second largest market, but quite some way, with over 31 billion. And we see it spread across the other markets. If we look at sector, no surprises here. Power sector dominating the planned projects at the moment. As I said, the region's got a strong track record in this regard. The projects have been structured, succeeded over a number of years, and there's an offtake. Power investors and developers will get paid for the power produced. In the other sector, the region's progress with PPPs has been mixed. We'll see that as we come to the countries. So here's an example of some of the top planned projects across the board. We've got Kuwait rail up there, the Saudi land bridge, which is quite interesting. So I'm sure a lot of you are aware that the rail projects in the kingdom, future ones, are all looking at PPP now. Also, we've got the renewable energy program in Saudi Arabia up there. So the first phase will be 3,450 megawatts by 2020. And the first round of projects, procurement round, was 700 megawatts that has been tendered recently. And I was just having a discussion at lunch there. People were asking what we see about the market and the potential for IPPs and IWPPs now. And I think, and also renewable energy, I think the difference now is there's an increased transparency with the renewable energy programme. Ministry of Energy and Industry has set out its plans. It's got a clear strategy. It's kept to its dates so far for pre-qualification. So we're definitely seeing a move now towards transparency, and this will assist with projects moving forward. So we'll start with Saudi Arabia. It's the potential to be the largest PPP market in the region. The reforms and targets announced in the Vision 2030 imply serious drive for private sector participation. We've got some of the key aims here. We've heard quite a lot of these this morning. Increasing foreign direct investment by almost 2% of GDP, and increasing the private sector's contribution into GDP from 40 to 65%. Here are some more of the targets that I'm sure we're all aware of. And PPP will form a key part of the 2030 vision and also the 2020 National Transformation Plan. So the history of PPPs in the kingdom. So as I said, in the power and water sector, it's been very successful. There's been 14 major projects, power generation or combined water projects, contracted between 2003 and 2016. In terms of other projects, there's been a sort of a mixed success rate. So the one that I'm sure you're all aware of is the Prince Mohammed bin Abdulaziz International Airport in Medina. That was a PPP airport contract, signed in 2011, reached financial close in 2012. So that sort of set out a blueprint for the rest of the region on what can be achieved on PPP airport projects. I've got some of the details here. If you're interested in receiving the presentation after, I'm happy to share it with you if you just give me your details. I'll start by looking at utility sector, which, as I said, there's been quite a lot of success already. However, in the last few years, there was a move back towards EPC from SWCC for the desalination projects, and even SEC had moved back towards the EPC model. I remember being in Riyadh early 2015 And even though the oil price had dropped, SEC representatives were saying we're still focusing on EPC. By the end of that year, obviously there's big changes ahead as oil price remained low. So some of the projects here, there's a massive 5,400 megawatt project, PP15, the standard gas combined cycle project. We've got the renewable energy projects in there. There's also a Saudi Aramco project that's in the study stage at the moment, of request for information, and that is looking at a pet coke plant, IPP. Again, you'll see there's a mixture of clients here from SEC, SWCC to Aramco, but they're all looking at IPPs now. In the water sector, SWCC has got a large number of projects planned. You can see there, and they're all going for IWPs or IWPPs. They're in various stages of development. The RABI 3 IWP, they recently appointed advisors for that. The other ones are pending. But you can see there's a real drive for private sector participation. In terms of the National Water Company, we're seeing a switch there as well. They're moving towards PPP projects, BOT or BOO projects. The Jeddah Airport 2 project, for any of you that follow the wastewater sector, that's been in the market for a few years. However, they cancelled the tender last year, to move forward with it as a PPP, and that just shows the commitment to getting the private sector in. Future PPPs, so again, in the NTP for the civil service aim to activate 5 PPPs by 2020. It's a little unclear which projects are going to come first, but as we've heard this morning, education and health will be key, along with transport projects as well. So GACA has outlined plans to privatise a lot of its airports moving forward. An example of an airport project is the Taif International Airport, which has been in the market for a little while. It's sort of stalled, but as far as I'm aware, they are going to move ahead with it as a PPP. In rail, as discussed, the Saudi Land Bridge looks like it's going to be a PPP, and then we've got the Mecca Metro, Dammam, Jeddah and Medina urban rail projects, which will likely follow the PPP structure. In health and housing, we had a great discussion this morning from Naif about some of the housing projects, and I think what was interesting was he mentioned 18 regulatory adjustments last year, which just show the commitment to paving the way for PPP in the Kingdom. And as I said, what's interesting is there's a mix of approaches so far. So far in the Kingdom, I just found out they've recently established an NCP, which is National Centre for Privatisation, which will be looking at PPP unit projects for the Ministry of Economy and Planning. There's PPP law is currently under consideration. That will be coming up. If we look at Kuwait, it is the GCC country that's firmly established central PPP unit. It was established in 2008 along with a PPP law, and its initial programme was up for 28 projects, so a massive programme plan there. However, it's struggled to get going to date. There's just one project being awarded. That was the Elsewhere North 1 IWPP, which was awarded in late 2013. The plant was just commissioned at the end of last year. So for those of you that follow the Kuwait projects market, it can have some problems. There's obviously quite a lot of friction between the Parliament and government, which can slow down projects. However, with the PPP programme, there's some issues around the procurement and also the regulations. So following the award of the Elsewhere North project, 2014, they reformed the PPP body in Kuwait. It's now called Kuwait Authority for Partnership Projects, so they renamed it from the PTB. And they also amended the PPP laws, and after that, the IWP laws were publishing the executive regulations. This reforms is to enable CAP to have more authority and autonomy and move ahead with the projects planned. So what's interesting in the Kuwait market, it's PPP market, sorry, is that for PPP projects above a certain value, $200 million, which most of them will be, there must be a joint stock company, a public company formed, and then shares will be allocated to the public through subscription. So the first project that was commissioned at the end of last year will be the first one to issue shares to the public, probably later this year, so that'll be interesting to see what happens there. So here's a list of some of the projects and the status. So the Al-Zour project 1 has just been commissioned. Al-Zour North 2 has been out in the market for quite a while. The bids were submitted June last year. They've actually just asked the 2 consortiums to extend their bid bonds until October, which just shows there's been a bit of a delay with the procedure there. However, there's been some movement in the last couple of weeks on some of the other projects. One of these is the Al Haiman sewage treatment plant. The bids were submitted in September. They just opened the commercial proposals last week as a German company put the low bid in for that one. The next one is the Kabud waste plant, which you see at the bottom. The commercial bids were opened for that a couple of days ago. And there's quite a range of projects there, from integrated solar and power projects through to residential and rail schemes. So the issue Kuwait's going to have is getting these next projects awarded, and also it's got such a backlog of schemes now that'll be quite difficult in terms of capacity. Okay, if we look at the UAE, it's got no federal PPP framework or a central unit. Dubai has just, or in 2015, created a PPP law to assist with projects. I'll start with Abu Dhabi, though. It's got a strong record in power and water project. As I mentioned at the start, they sort of created the blueprint for the region's utility market. However, with other projects, it's been less successful. So the Mafraq Guefat Highway project, which was a $2.7 billion highway scheme, that had been tendered in 2008 and 9, and it was cancelled in 2011. So there'd been a lot of people working very hard on that, and it was cancelled in the end, and it proceeded as EPC. There's also the Tawam Hospital, which was transferred and then put on hold. So, as I just mentioned, Dubai, there's a PPP legal framework which has been established, and there's a number of different structures permitted under this law. The maximum contract length is 30 years, and there's no requirements for IPO like there is in the Kuwait market. So Dubai's chosen quite a flexible, decentralized approach. For Saudi Arabia, it can look at the way Dubai is doing things, as well as countries like Kuwait. So the RTA, the Road and Transport Authority in Dubai, is the most dynamic PPP client so far. So the couple of projects in Dubai which have proceeded since the PPP law was introduced. There's a transport-oriented development, which is around the metro sites in Dubai. They're looking at building real estate there, and also a courts car parking. I've got a list of the advisors there. If we look at Bahrain, so Bahrain and Oman, they're in a much more vulnerable position than other GCC neighbours due to their lower hydrocarbon resources. They've been impacted heavily by the drop in oil price as well. So on the panel next, we'll be joined by Louis from the Ministry of Works in Bahrain. So despite Bahrain having no PPP specific legislation, law or a unit, the 2002 privatisation law does assist, but doesn't specifically refer to PPPs. They've contracted 3 schemes already: wastewater treatment plants, an affordable housing development, and the gas import terminal. Here's some details on those projects. The housing project was an interesting one, the first in the GCC, a PPP project for housing, and that might be used as a blueprint by others. The project, by the time it was awarded, was a lot smaller than originally planned, but the fact that we managed to reach financial close on that was quite an achievement. Okay, Oman's got an excellent track record with PPP projects in the power and water sector. 2015, the government announced it was going to introduce PPP across the board for a lot of the other sectors. The new 5th-year plan recognises the importance in PPP projects. EY was appointed last year by the government to help create a framework for PPPs in the Sultanate, and it submitted a proposal. As far as I'm aware, they've recommended establishing a central PPP unit under the Finance Ministry. In terms of projects coming up, one of the first major ones planned out the power and water sector is the Sultan Qaboos Medical City. So that's the UK's Carillion has signed an agreement with the Oman Ministry of Health and the Oman Investment Fund. So that's still in the study stage, but that's going to be a massive project. And as we've heard a lot today, healthcare is going to be a key area going forward. Qatar, to finish with, again, has got quite a good track record in power and water projects, but little experience outside this. However, last year, the Ministry of Economy and Commerce appointed a consortium to assist with creating a PPP law. This law is currently under review. Mead reported recently it could be in place in 6 to 8 weeks. In terms of projects, they're considering using it for a stadium. They're obviously hosting the World Cup in 2022. They're also looking at it for schools, public schools. 10 plots have been earmarked for that. And they're also looking at introducing a PPP for the hospitality sector. Similarly to Dubai, the rail company is looking at PPP for transit-oriented developments around the metro in Doha. Okay, that concludes my presentation today. I hope that's given you a good overview of what's going on in GCC and the prospects for PPP in the region. So now I will pass back to our host. Thank you.
كل الشكر للسي أندرو على هذه المعلومات القيمة. تجدون أيضا هذا العرض في موقع المنتدى الظاهر أمامكم على الشاشة. يسعدني الآن دعوة المتحدثين الرئيسيين إلى المنصة. السيد وسيمانا إيدي سيروباتا، وزير الوزارة للشؤون البنية التحتية، وزارة تخطيط التنمية الوطنية بابيناس، جمهورية أندونيسيا. السيد لؤي غزالة، مستشار في وزارة الأشغال بمملكة البحرين. السيد طارق دندشلي، المستشار القانوني بالمجلس الأعلى للخصخصة في الجمهورية اللبنانية. الدكتور مايكل غرونيفيل، المدير الإقليمي لأوروبا والأسواق الحديثة، الكهرباء الحرارية والطاقة المتجددة بورير سويسرا المتحدة في سويسرا. يدير هذه الجلسة السيد ديفيد باكسترا، المدير التنفيذي السابق بمعهد الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص IP3 الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Good afternoon, and I'd like to welcome all our guests and the special guests from the Islamic Development Bank. We are honored that we can be here today. The topic that we are looking at is the potential of PPPs in many countries and the opportunities that exist. We have quite a gathering here, so I think we'll be able to get a good selection. We have from Indonesia, we have from Bahrain, we have from Lebanon, we also have from Switzerland, I think, which will be very useful to give us the European perspective of opportunities. And then we also have a representative, as you heard, from Mead, who can give us some additional opportunities. In the many years that I was the director of the Institute for Public-Private Partnerships, I met with representatives from about 175 countries who are exploring the opportunities of PPPs. Many of these countries sent people to the Institute to be trained, to learn practices or best practices. And the question we always ask them is, why are you here? Why are you learning? Why are you learning to do new things? And the answer was always, we've identified the potential of public-private partnerships. We would like to launch them in our countries, but we don't know how to do it. We need to build the institutional capacity. We need to build the abilities to be able to identify those potential projects. In many instances, it's not uncommon for countries to get very excited and develop a national program or a national directive, or almost issue a presidential decree stating that you will do PPPs. But it's not always very well examined, explored, for people to understand how you're going to do it. I was very lucky to be here in January when I was working with the Ministry of Economy and Planning with a session, and we were exploring how the Ministry of Economy and Planning can prepare itself for the Vision 2030 objectives of PPPs. And it was a very well thought out exercise, and I do commend the Ministry of Economy and Planning for taking a serious look at what their capabilities and abilities were, what the institutional shortcomings are, what they need to do, so that they can be successful in issuing and launching a PPP program. It's difficult at times, but there's great potential. In the situation in Saudi Arabia, and I'll just mention that briefly before I hand over to the panelists to talk about their countries, is that there's great enthusiasm about embracing PPPs, but the enabling environment, the laws, the structures, the practices are still very much in the infancy and are being learned, I would say, almost on the job. And I don't think I would be offending anyone when I say that, because one of the questions that I asked the group that I worked with at the end of the session, where we were there for a week, is, what have you learned about PPPs? And they said, we've got to learn a lot more and we've got a lot new things to apply. And I was very pleased with that, because people ask me, what have I learned about PPPs? And the answer is always, there's more to learn and there are more opportunities. The world changes, opportunities change, the sectors change. Every country is different and every sector is different. So anyone who tries to apply one type of model, one type of approach to PPPs could be setting themselves up for a little bit of disappointment. So the question I'm going to ask the panelists is if they can just tell us a little bit about the potential and the opportunities that are occurring in their countries. And we'll start from the far side with Indonesia. Thank you. And if you could just introduce yourself briefly as well.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. My name is Mono Suryo Broto. I am Deputy Minister for Infrastructure Affairs from Ministry of National Development Planning in Indonesia. Perhaps I would like to use this opportunity to share with you 4 points. One is related to the potential of PPP in Indonesia. Second, about the opportunity of PPP in Indonesia. Thirdly, later on, bit about sort of innovative approach that right now the government of Indonesia are thinking. And last but not least, if I may later on to share also what probably the role of the Islamic Development Bank on supporting our effort. Let me just start with the situation of PPP in Indonesia. Actually, we try to implement PPP already beginning from 2005. But I may say probably only recently that we managed to complete the financial transaction quite substantial. Within those 1 year, actually we managed to complete it, $8 billion transaction at financial transaction of PPP projects. What is interesting in this is basically it encompasses many sectors, not only one, and secondly is also with 4 modalities. First of all, I can share with you, one is only using the government guarantee. This is also, we enable to do this because the regulation on guarantee is just established in recent years. In addition of that, the government also introduced what we call Indonesian Infrastructure Guaranteed Fund. So there's a body who responsible for doing that. That's why then we managed to complete the transaction, this power plant, with the value of $9 billion. And then secondly is also we managed to complete not a big project but a very good project on safe water, and this is only $160 million project, but also using different type, which is actually using VGF and tariff, a Viability Gap Fund and tariff. And thirdly, an area of telecommunication on fiber optic. Fiber optic, we managed also to complete this with another different type of PPP, which I think is depicted earlier with the previous speaker, which is actually ability payment, meaning that the private sector build and operate that, and then for the revenue stream, the government paying that. So this is another type of PPP. And fourthly, this type is but it's around $600 million. But what is important here is the type, the modalities using ability payment able to be demonstrated to be delivered. And the fourth is basically using government contribution by doing some of the construction. So particularly this is for toll road. This value is around 3.6 billion US dollar, which is basically the government constructed part of the toll road, and then the private sector finished remaining and also operated that. So I will call this as potential of doing the PPP, because you know many projects actually can be delivered, and that is supported by institutions, regulations that already put in place as well. Second, the opportunity. So actually, similar with the case of GCC, Indonesia also faced a huge challenge on financing the infrastructure. We would like to grow, of course, recently 5% GDP growth. We would like to go to do more. It means that we have to construct more infrastructure. We estimate within this 5 years period, basically we need around 360 billion US dollar capital expenditure for this. And only 41% of it will be financed by the government. That available for our taxpayers' money. And probably around 20% will be from the SOE. The remaining, around 130 billion US dollar actually expected from the private sector. This actually opportunity for the private sector to involve, given also, you know, the availability of us to deliver the potential PPP project. We actually right now also listed around 8 to 9 billion US dollar project, and we try to move from only what you call it, hard PPP project to also social PPP project, which is among others including in the education sector as well. Opportunity is there. We have prepared also some project of that. Three, I would like also to mention the innovative probably approach in our case is basically this is about equity participation. Yeah. Some speakers also mentioned probably this is beyond traditional PPP, but actually this is also needed. In our case, very often that SOE to do something need capital participation from the government through our budget. But right now we are thinking lotly, why don't the injection coming from the private sector through asset recycle? I think a colleague in Turkey have very much experience on the airport on the asset recycle, but we're thinking loudly also how we can implement this type of, say, private sector participations. Okay. And then probably if I can, Excellency President IDB, to touch upon the role of IDB. So far, we have what we call country partnership strategy, which amounting as much as 5 billion US dollar for Indonesia, but mostly right now is on the G2G form that being used. Probably in the private sector side of this support to Indonesia could be, you know, allocated towards this approach of doing PPP as well as capital, how should I say, intervention in terms of capital participation. I will stop there and happy later on to discuss further. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you. Could we have the perspectives from Bahrain?
Thank you. Bahrain is a bit different. If you're doing public-private partnerships because of cash, we haven't done it in Bahrain because of cash, even though the debt service is almost 8% of the GDP. Bahrain PPP was an evolution. First, government started a cost recovery initiative whereas it removed subsidy from all utility services and started charging near real cost to the public. Willingness to pay is an issue in Bahrain, and the capacity to pay is another issue. This is why the government needed to test how much money we can charge people, how much they are willing to pay. After which, we started our PPP program, and it didn't start in a centralized unit. Every unit line ministry started doing its own. For example, we started with IBB producing water and electricity, and then we started with sewage treatment plant. The sewage treatment plant we've done in Bahrain was Qubid in Kuwait. The same contract, the same transaction advisor, the same even contractor duplicated that sewage treatment plant in Kuwait. Later, I worked on some municipality waste to energy initiatives. So everything that was done in Bahrain was a national progression. It was pre-planned. It was done. It was not done for cash basis. There was a transformation in mentality in Bahrain, where the government decided to be a regulator rather than service provider. This is the problematic issue in many of the GCC states, where one ministry decides to do a public-private partnership and still they want to control the operations, they want to control the environment. In Bahrain, no. There was a mentality, mindset change where the government decided, no, we are a regulator, we should not be a service provider, and that's why they started facilitating for the private investors to do their job. Many people in our government decided to be smart in the beginning and decided to load risks on the consortiums, and we keep telling them, every time you transfer risk to somebody else, you will pay for it. He will price the risk, and indirectly, so you have to do smart risk allocation, and with much brainstorming, Bahrain is, I think, on the right track. I mean, you said Kuwait was well ahead. Yes, Kuwait is well ahead in terms of Kuwait Technical Bureau, in terms of law, but in terms of mentality and acceptance, I think it ranks among the top in the GCC.
Thank you. Tarek.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tariq Dandashli. I'm the legal expert for the Higher Council of Privatization in Lebanon. As you know, as far as I know, the first project was introduced in 1870 during the Ottoman Empire, where the Ottoman Empire contracted one of the engineers, Lebanese engineer, to bring potent water to drag it from Syria to Beirut. And this was the first project we know about. We in Lebanon have a long history in public-private partnership. Back in the 50s and 60s, we used to grant concessions. So the public-private partnership was part of a concession. But unfortunately, we learned that all of the concessions are on the account of the state. For example, there is concessions that are running now, getting paid from the government high amounts of money and giving a low service. And these concessions haven't ended yet. We might need several years to come to end them up. Then we thought, let's follow the British in their privatization like they did in the 80s in the railway. So we had this privatization law in the 90s, but we couldn't privatize anything. We just privatized the telecom sector on the BOT, and it was a catastrophe because the prices went crazy and nobody could stop the companies. What would we do? What is the solution? We heard of the new trend, public-private partnership. What is public-private partnership? What does it get us? I mean, we have experienced administration contracts where all the risks are shifted to the government. We have experienced privatization. It's at the different end of the pendulum of the private sector participation, where all the risks lie with the investor, and he's getting all the public utility and doing whenever he wants. So what's the solution? So I think the solution now is going to public-private partnership, where the private sector is only an enabler. He is enabling the government to procure the service. We in Lebanon differentiate between privatization, where you have to put the public utility assets in a company and then sell its shares, and between PPP. In PPP, we regard the private investor as an enabler. He is coming to help us to give the service to our nationals. How he is helping us? By giving finance, by sharing the risks, we putting a risk matrix, and by management, his good management, and by innovation. And this is where the help will come from the private sector. Now in Lebanon,
We are shortage in capacity. We have shortage in capacity in electricity. As you know, we have 1,500,000 Syrian refugees, and they are throwing much power on our infrastructure. Now we need eminently 1,000 megawatts, and now we are conducting a bid after 2 or 3 months for new dual-fire power plants for electricity, each of one of 500 megawatts.
Thank you. A little bit of a different perspective, but an outside view looking in towards the Islamic Development Bank area is from Switzerland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Grünfelder. I'm a director at Pöyry. Pöyry is an engineering consulting company dealing mainly in energy and water. When I listen to Tarek, I'm blessed to live in a country where we have only nice neighbors around us. It wasn't that way 100 years ago, during the First and then the Second World War, but now it certainly is so. My brief is mainly Europe and Africa. I'm doing some business here. My first contact with PPP was actually in one of my previous lives when I served with the Swiss Air Force in the Ministry of Defense. And we did one of the first structured PPP projects and contracts in the country, actually. I learned a lot then, mainly what you shouldn't do. So by mistake, maybe we can talk about this a bit later.
Yes.
In detail. Concerning the market in Europe, we are in the middle between Germany in the north and Italy in the south. What you see in these three markets, in Germany, for example, you now have mainly a privatized market, but you have around 50% renewables, that being wind and photovoltaics. So you have a stochastic energy production. And this leads, at the same time, they exit the nuclear power field, and this leads to a big upheaval in the market. They spend a lot of, there are a lot of stranded assets, brand new combined cycle power plants built by Siemens that were, where the business case was for them to run 8,000 hours per year. Now they run 1,200, maybe 1,500, maybe 800 hours per year, basically. Lignite coal has gone up in its usage because that's heavy capital investment, much more than combined cycle power plants. And actually CO2 production with 50% renewables has gone up to what it was before. So you see a complete upheaval in the market. And I think that's one lesson for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You, of course, you have this natural battery. As the sun goes up, energy demand goes up for cooling. That's something you don't have in Europe. But one has to be careful what one wishes for. So.
Andrew, you had mentioned quite a lot about opportunities of that. Is there any one outstanding opportunity that you think would be relevant for this room to hear?
Well, I think from our perspective, everyone's talking about Saudi Arabia at the moment, which I guess is, while we're all here, is, there's projects planned across various sectors. I think in the immediate future, the power and water projects will move ahead quickly because there's precedent there. They've been structured before and people know what they're getting. But as we've heard, healthcare and education are going to be the next two areas where tried and untested in a lot of the region, but I think there's going to be a lot of demand. One more thing I didn't mention in my presentation, but which is relevant to the wider private sector participation, is privatization of utilities. So in Saudi Arabia, SEC is currently undertaking plans to privatize the generating assets in the kingdom. SWCC is looking to privatize its assets as well. And countries like Kuwait are also looking into it. They've just announced a tender for privatizing existing plants. So I think, the power and water sector to start with, but then we'll see health and education.
coming after that. Thank you. We have a little bit of time still. There's one question that I'd like to ask the panelists, and this is one that often people feel uncomfortable about talking about, and that is often we learn best practices or we learn a lesson from something that went wrong or something we didn't do too well on a project. And we don't have much time for people to talk about extensively, but I would like each of the panelists just to share with the people in the room here very quickly, one opportunity that something had happened that became a best practice. If we'll start at Indonesia and we'll work the way back again, but please just keep it to one so that we can get to the other questions that we have to do. Thank you.
Okay, David. So if you ask me one particular reason, is basically the commitment, really the political commitment, because if we have political commitment, then we are going to work out all the way from the regulations and then institutions that need to be set up. And thirdly is also when we design the projects, then we have to say to the ministry or to the local government, don't think directly using the tax money. Use PPP scheme. So probably the political commitment in the first place, that will be, if it's really strong there, I think it could be delivered.
Thank you. From Bahrain.
I'll talk about the social housing projects which he alluded to. Like we started with 5,000 units and we ended up with 1,000 units. And the reason for this is very simple. It's because the local financial markets could not support long-term loans. We're living in a situation where banks make most of their money through retail banking, and very few investment banks are there in the region. So unless the local marketing sector is developed to start loaning money to local construction companies on long term, we will not be seeing much PPP in the near future. The Basel III Accords with the adequacy ratio and matching the tenors of asset and liability is creating additional burden on the banks, and they feel comfortable, like we raise the money on a short term, we cannot loan it on a long term, and this is worsening the situation. So unless the government moves towards developing local banks, local markets to make incentives for local banks to lend money, where is the region going to get all this money from? Now the only people who has money is the Chinese. And for us, when we talk about these gaps, there's a war on cash basically, and a war now. And unless we start borrowing money locally, none of these PPP pipelines will ever materialize. So that's the lesson. We started with 5,000 units, we ended up with 1,000 units because the local banking institution could only support lending the money long term for 1,000 units.
Thank you. Tarek?
One lesson to be learned, I think we have to be transparent in PPP. We should have PPP unit. You need somebody to speak the private sector language. You need a counterparty to speak their language. The ministries, the line ministries, are not able to do so. We also need transparency in the process. That's why I always say we should have PPP unit to conduct good and successful PPPs. Let me give you a small example. If now you want to tender a waste-to-energy project, first of all, the Ministry of Industry will gonna come and say, I'm involved. Then the municipality will come and say, I'm involved. Then you will have the Ministry of Finance come and say, I will have to pay, I'm involved. And then you will have to put electricity on the net, and here will come the Minister of Energy and Water and will say, I'm involved. I mean, for God's sake, who's involved? We need all of this to be in one language, speaking and partnering with the private sector. And I would like also to tell you a little legal thing, and it is very, very important. Do you know that each country of us have a bilateral treaty with any other country? Do you know that the investor, when you do a contract, he's gonna seek the bilateral treaty and invoke its terms against you? He will not sue you upon the contract. He will sue you upon the investment treaty at ICSID in Washington. So take care of this area.
Thank you. Very passionate feelings about things that have happened in Lebanon. We appreciate that. Michael?
Well, my favorite case is the one I briefly mentioned when I was working at the Swiss Ministry of Defense. We basically committed every major error you can commit. There was no central government unit doing this, so nobody had a clue what this was about. We started with the most important, most complex, most strategic project. Not a good idea. The quality of service, what we really wanted and how this would be measured was quite difficult to define. We also had shifting goalposts during the negotiations and then during the operation. And we did it with a newly privatized part of the Air Force that was 1 minute after being privatized behaving like a private company, going for international and so on and so forth. So I think at the top management level, it's a lot about common sense. And it's a lot about, as I said, defining the quality of service, having a mechanism for conflict resolution, having a mechanism for taking joint decisions. We didn't have that. And I mean, people suffered, careers were terminated on both sides, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Andrew, maybe your perspective from the whole region of
okay, yes. So, from my perspective, I guess a project that's been discussed at a lot of conferences I've attended over the years was in Ajman, which is the Northern Emirates in the UAE. There was a concession for a wastewater project. The B6 was awarded, and that was one of the first wastewater projects in the region. So as I said, there's a lot of power and water projects had succeeded quite smoothly. This one had a lot of problems when it was first started in terms of collecting payments, getting the bill payments from customers, and I think that they managed to iron that out. But that was the key in terms of future projects. I know with the B6 quite well. They said, the contracts are important and making sure there's a payment mechanism there. So when you finish one of these projects, I mean, it was the first wastewater one, so there was teething difficulties. We need to make sure there's provisions moving forward. And I think that will mean that future wastewater projects will be a lot more easy at the beginning.
Thank you. I would just share, I think, just my perspective on best practices. One of the best practices that I've heard, and it really makes sense, is if you make a mistake, make sure you never make that mistake again on purpose or by negligence, because that will result in investors really getting very nervous about ever investing in your sector again or in your country. If there's a series of project failures that could be avoided because common sense wasn't applied, you will face a situation that money will dry up. A very impressive gentleman told me once that finances are not sentimental. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, the market is extremely competitive, and if you don't make a compelling case, the money will go somewhere else. And that's really important. One of if I think of the lesson that I've learned the most in my career with PPPs, is you never know enough. You always need to learn. And the best way to do that is to network with your colleagues, work with people in different forums, and have discussions. Share your mistakes, not your successes. The successes will take care of themselves, but the mistakes are the ones that need attention. We've got to this time now, we have to go through the questions that people are going to do your little clicker. I think I saw they were handing out the clickers. And the first question that we would like people to respond to is, under which of the conditions below are PPPs the best option for financing infrastructure projects? And that's A, insufficient public resources, B, implementing complex projects, or C, the risk allocation between the public and private sectors can be clearly identified and contractually assigned. I must apologize, I can't read the Arabic version, so I apologize for that. Let's look at the next question then. What sort of support from governments is the most effective to promote PPPs? Then it's developing the legal framework, creating public finance infrastructure funds, incentivizing financiers, including banks and private funds, through tax credits or some other forms, and leveling the field for all players without direct involvement. Okay, the next question. Okay. Which area should be given special attention by governments when designing the PPP framework? Risk allocation as A, B, institutional capacity building, C, identification of sectors, D, tendering procedures. The next question. Which sector seems to be the most promising for PPPs in IDB member countries? Power, which is A, B, healthcare, C, education, D, transport, E, all of the above. Then the next question. Okay, if we can go to the next. Is that it? I had an extra question here. So thank you, that's it. We have, I think we have about 5 minutes. Is there anyone on the floor who has a pressing question that they would like to ask the panel? If you could just show your hand, introduce yourself by name, your institution, and then ask the question. Or did we scare everyone that no one wants to ask questions? Okay, I think we've got a question. Oh, it's a photo opportunity. Any questions? Okay, here we have.
Assalamu alaikum to everybody. My name is Abdullah. I am from Djibouti port in infrastructure. My question is that when we made the mistakes on contracts, as you say, what will be the best way to correct it?
Okay, so the question is, if you make a mistake on the contract, what is your suggestion of the best way to do it from Bahrain?
Okay, 50% of BBB contracts get negotiated in the first year. This is World Bank statistics. So making mistakes and renegotiating BBB is not the end of the world. It happens all the time. Now, what you do in renegotiations, you maintain the profitability of the consortium remains unchanged by going through their financial model. It's very straightforward, and nobody can make a contract that does not go through challenge over 20 years period. This is a long time to protect. Contracts in BB get changed, get challenged every utility every 2-3 years there's a renegotiations on the tariffs, on the fees. So this is very normal. You approach the situation in a partnership manner with the intention to reach a deal, and everything falls through.
I don't think there is a room to commit mistakes in PPP because mistakes are largely costly. You need to bring advisors alongside you to prepare all the documentation for the tender and for the contract. And remember, the contract is not one contract. It is several contracts in PPP. So the mistake is very costly, and one should take due care and always ask yourself what might get wrong, always, in every detail of the process and the project. If you are conducting a even municipal project, what might go wrong? You should think of it and put the right wording in the contract.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned earlier on, which often happens, is in many countries they try to save money in setting up the contracts, so they try and use template contracts. Every project is different, every sector is different, every opportunity is different. You need to be very, very cautious in using template contracts. The World Bank, for example, I'm not sure about the Islamic Development Bank, but the World Bank, for example, you can go and look at their sort of library, and they have a lot of project contract examples there. Don't fall into the temptation of just taking one of those. And if you find an airport one, take an airport one, cross out the name of all the the companies that are involved, change the description of the project, and think that you have a good project. It would be very, very detrimental and extremely expensive. Michael, you had a comment?
What you can also do is you can hire or you can employ a red team trying to play the other guy and trying to screw you, and then see how you can react to that. That
Yes.
might help you getting into the other guy's mind.
Yeah. We have 1 minute, and I'm trying to keep to the program. Anyone on the panel have a final comment that they would like to share with the audience? Yes.
I do. This is about the public-private partnership unit. I mean, we've heard so many talks where the need for the unit, where it should be located. The public-private partnership unit is intended to resolve country conflicts and fulfill country needs. For example, if you want to bring foreign direct investment to the country, most probably you want to locate it with the Department of Trade and Industry, like what Qatar did. If you want to maintain budgetary control, maybe you locate it with the Ministry of Finance. This is what Bahrain had done. If you want to, for example, to coordinate there's coordination problems between different ministries, you locate it in the Ministry of Planning or Ministry of Mega Projects. So the location of the unit is dictated by the coordination or the need of the specific country. So, many times there is competition between ministries who would want to host the unit. So this is one of the first things that needs to be resolved early on.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we ran out of time. If anyone has any questions, they can always approach us at the end of this session. I'm sure we'd be willing to answer the questions. Thank you very much to the panelists. We've all traveled far to be here. Especially thank you, Tarek, who has got flu at the moment and is not feeling great, but he managed to smile and appear. We were concerned about him. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
كل الشكر للسيد ديفيد والمتحدثين لما قدموه لنا من رؤى قيمة ومساهمات مفيدة في هذه الجلسة. نختم منتدانا الآن بالجلسة الرابعة والأخيرة بعنوان دور الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص والتحديات القائمة. في جلستنا الأخيرة سيناقش المتحدثون دور ومزايا الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص، كما سيناقشون مكونات أفضل ممارسات في هذه الشراكة، التغيرات المطلوبة في السياسة الحكومية والإطار التنظيمي بما يمكن من تطوير وتنفيذ مشاريع البنية التحتية. وستتناول الجلسة كذلك التحديات القائمة التي تواجهها الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص. بكل سرور وامتنان اسمحوا لي أن أقدم مرة أخرى السيد جون دافي رئيس مجلس إدارة أولترا كابيتال بالمملكة المتحدة ليعرض لكم مكونات أفضل ممارسات بين القطاعين والتحديات التي تواجهها، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for staying. This is really good. Last presentation of the day and the room's nearly full. This is great, fantastic discipline. This morning, I mentioned a few things that I might have done this afternoon. So I've got some slides here which I hope will be useful for you. I'm not necessarily going to address all of them, but let's see if I can make this work. Right. What I'd like to do is just very briefly try to remind you that PPP is incredibly detailed. Don't ever, ever, ever let anyone pretend to you that it's easy. If you don't dot all of the I's, cross all of the T's, you will get into trouble. There's no question about it, because nobody else in the world has managed not to. Now, I'm not going to try and do a masterclass in PPP, but a couple of principles. I'm going to try and simplify some of the things I think will be helpful, not to the experts in the room, but bearing in mind that there are 57 different member countries in the Islamic Development Bank's remit at different stages of development. I'm going to try and simplify a few things. So on the left of this slide is public procurement in its normal way. The government owns, operates, designs, builds, does everything else. Now, depending on the automation, this should work. That is not PPP. At the other end, on the left-hand side, sorry, for your side, from the right-hand side, is the private sector doing business as normal. And that includes privatization. One of the speakers this morning used a house as an example of looking at PPPs. This is a perfect example. If I sell my house to His Excellency, it's His Excellency's house. That is what privatization does. I sell my railway to the private sector. I sell my water company to the private sector. That is not PPP. In the middle, there are a whole range of things. Now, if you look at the top few boxes, which you possibly can't read there because they're very small, it mentioned things like build, operate, transfer, DBFM, DBFO, Big Mac with lettuce and extra tomato, and so on. This is the important thing. Ignore all of that. That is detail that comes later on. The important thing is this. Concentrate on developing a proper business plan, because a PPP will not turn a bad project into a bankable project. It will not turn a sow's-ear into a silk purse. You have to have a viable project. Now, as a little piece of advice, I've put at the bottom there, bear in mind the investor's perspective, because all the consultants around the table don't have any money. They're advisors. Some of them are very good. Not everyone's as good as they might seem. As they say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is the king. But looking from an investor's perspective, they don't just want to see in a business plan simple things like, I want to do a PPP. They want a little reason bit that says, we're not doing it as a traditional project because of X, Y, and Z. We're not doing it in purely the private sector because of X, Y, and Z. We want to do a PPP because that will start getting you attention. And as I said this morning, at least 120 people are competing for the same skills, the same finance, the same everything else, every day of every week, and they're all over the world. So make it easier for people to say yes to your project. A few ideas, some important things. Preparing PPP projects needs time. Now, I suffer here in the Kingdom because I'm always being rushed to do things faster, and we do our best to do things quickly. Doing it quickly means the details being left out, which could have one of several unfortunate outcomes. Either people won't bid, because remember, the bidders are going to be quite experienced, and they will probably be using even more expensive advisors than the government is using. And they will be saying, sir, this is a lovely project, but I don't think we should be investing in it because there's one in Malaysia that actually ticks all the boxes. So you need to be prepared to spend the time to do the thing properly and rehearse it. You need to engage with the private sector early on. Take them with you. Build a communications strategy. Everybody says yes, 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 yes. I mean it, do it, because in other countries where they haven't done it, there have been issues. We didn't do it in the United Kingdom because we just assumed being first into the modern version of it, everyone would think it was good. We had a big political and PR uphill battle because of that. A simple thing, but again, one I like to keep reminding people. The difference between funding and finance. Funding is using your own resources. And in a PPP, the government is going to have to use some of its resources to employ people to develop the project to be able to take it to the market. The private sector is going to have to use some of its resources to develop the project so it can take it to its bankers and so on. So financing is money borrowed from somewhere else. And the majority of a PPP is finance, but you won't get the finance without getting the funding in place to develop the project. Now, I am not really somebody who should be advising the IDB, but if I give you a simple example, Pulkovo Airport in St. Petersburg in Russia was the first proper PPP in the Russian Federation. Until the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development changed the way it did things and took a small equity stake, that project couldn't get going. When EBRD put a small amount of equity in as well as some debt, it gave the private sector investors the confidence to go ahead. And Russia is politically a high-risk country. So I know this one well because I was in one of the teams that didn't win it. But that was something that's really important. If the development banks can put some effective equity in, it will make a big difference, because they're not going to put equity in if they don't think the project stacks up anyway. Where is the finance? The big problem today is matching projects to finance. There are any amount of projects in the world, in fact, probably too many. But there are very strict rules for the people who finance them. Remember, it's not the few reals I have in my wallet, it's somebody's pension fund, some insurance company, some capital market player, and they have very strict rules. And they also have very long-term appetites. So you've got to be thinking quite carefully about where the finance is coming from. Government funding is the traditional way we all did things. Before, that's not true. Before 1900, no government paid for anything, nor did it invent anything. The railways were invented by the private sector. The canals were invented by the private sector. The original proper roads were toll roads by people who owned bits of land. It's actually a 20th century construct, particularly in the second half of the 20th century, that governments started providing a lot of the things we now take as government services. So in effect, we're moving back to an era we had before. Now, again, why did it work in the United Kingdom at the beginning of the modern era? We were in terrible financial trouble. We had a socialist experiment that was great for people's hearts, but it was terrible for their problem. And in fact, it's embarrassing to think that in 1976, the IMF came in and said to our government, if you don't change policies, people are going to get hungry because you're not getting any more money. We had a change of government. We discovered there were assets in the government's ownership which used to be run in the private sector, could be reprivatized, bring in some money and take them off the government balance sheet. So we had a whole period of time of reprivatizing things. So we did have a private sector that had got used to working in areas that had traditionally become the province of government. Then 5 years later, somebody in our finance ministry said, why do the cleaners in an office work for a cleaning company that specializes in cleaning? Cleaners in a school or a hospital work for the health service or the Ministry of Education. Surely the core competence is cleaning. So we started compulsive competitive tendering, and many government employees were encouraged to corporatize, or were given help by the government to corporatize their businesses, and we created a massive facilities management sector. So when it came to 1992 and our first modern PPP program, which happened to be a prison. It could have been other things, but Fazakerley Prison in Yorkshire was the first one that was ready, went to the market wanted. We actually had all the things in place. We'd also broken down all the professional cartels over an 8-9 year period. So these are lessons that countries who aren't able to do it yet might be able to do it. But the other ways other than government funding infrastructure, there are really only two. Corporate finance, which is on balance sheet. So Bin Laden is building an airport. It's not the airport's revenue that gets the money, it's Bin Laden's balance sheet. That would be corporate finance. PPPs generally are financed by non-recourse or semi-recourse finance, where the biggest asset is actually the future cash flow of the project. Now, that requires certain conditions to be in place. We're wrestling with that, among many other people are as well in the kingdom, how we get round this on social PPPs without asking for government guarantees, and there's some very clever thinking going on there. But again, it depends on the strength of the future cash flows. Very, very important, very interesting. There have been many different experiments in the region. Some are successful, some are still in the melting pot. You're about to embark on a mega program, which I believe will be successful, but there's going to have to be discussions as to whether the government will, in fact, in some instances, somehow provide an element of guarantee. Because if I build a school here and I'm told, well, we've actually given you the land for 30 years and you've got the school, nobody is going to say, if for some reason I don't get paid, nobody's going to say, I'll pull the school down and put a shopping mall on it, so there's no security in it. So these things have to be addressed. Now, where does it go from here? Excuse me, we do have more than 20 years experience in the UK and about 1,000 deals. But in 2012, about 20 years into the program, we had a root and branch review of what we were doing. And if you talk to our treasury, which I do actually a lot, they'll tell you we have a new version of it. It's called PF2. It's not. It's exactly the same thing with a couple of minor changes. The government has a right to take a minority shareholding, but no executive management power at all in the PPPs. The reason for doing it is to get further transparency, because many of the contract documents that were referred to a minute ago, and there are a lot of different contract documents in the PPP, many of these are commercially sensitive. So the way we're opening that up a bit is to allow the government, the Ministry of Finance in particular, to have a very small stake, equity stake in our PPPs. We've also decided that some of the risks that were traditionally being taken by the private sector could be taken much more economically by the government. I'll give you two small examples. One is energy. If the government guarantees the supply of energy, the bidders don't have to worry about future energy costs. And another big one was insurance. Our government can insure things much more cheaply than any private sector company. So now the government is taking some of the insurance risks back, which brings the cost of the debt down, which means the project is a bit less expensive. 8 very, very important considerations. You need to build the right management capabilities and culture. You do need to have the right technical solution, but you need to encourage the private sector to be innovative, to offer you alternatives. That's been one of the great successes in many countries. Affordability and value for money may actually conflict. You need experts to look at that and see what is actually best, because mathematics doesn't put the social value of having more schools or having more hospitals or having better facilities generally. You need to look very carefully. This isn't just a black and white, the money for doing it traditionally is this, the money for doing it another way is that. If you had the money for 3 schools and you need 12, you're not going to be able to provide 9 communities with a school. So there is an intrinsic value in having education when it's needed rather than when somebody can afford it. So that has to be looked at carefully. I'm not going to go through all of these. One of the big issues, obviously, if these things are going to be Sharia compliant, some of the rules that we take for granted in the West may have to be reviewed slightly. And risk, which again, everybody talks about interest, which is important, but risk is also part of Islamic finance. You will have a risk in something that's longer than, say, 7 to 10 years. Because at the moment, I don't know of many Islamic products that last much more than that. And if your project is 25 or 30 years, you have to think how you're going to cope with managing that risk, that compulsory refinancing that will have to come in at some time. So just a few thoughts there. I'm not going to go through this, but we review everything very thoroughly in the United Kingdom. We have a thing called the Green Book. The Green Book pre-exists public-private partnerships. There are many consultants all over the world selling you this. It's something that was invented by the British government for the British government, and it's completely free on www.hmtreasury.gov.uk. Have a look at it if you don't have something like that. It's not just about PPP, it's about how you should procure anything. It's there for free. One of the most important bits in the Green Book is working out different stages of when you approve a project. You don't do everything for somebody to say no. It is all carefully worked out. It does work. Many governments, particularly in Latin America, right now are adopting the Green Book philosophy. They're translating it into Spanish. They're actually using it because it works. Then there's a huge quantitative and qualitative analysis period. This is something that's very important to us in the UK because we don't have unlimited funds. Be creative. I encourage people to be creative, but be good at it. Remember, one of the key issues about developing PPPs is intended to convert the government from being the owners and operators of assets into knowledgeable purchasers of services from the private sector. That is quite a fundamental change, and it wasn't as easy as I like to gloss over it, because we had lots of people who'd worked in government for 15, 20, 30 years. We said, you need to do things differently. They started to say, well, have I been doing a bad job all my life? And we had to say, no, you were doing a good job, but now we need you to do a very different job. This is an obstacle. It's a difficult one because it involves people's lives, and people's lives are important to them and to all of us. I've been asked by a lot of people where you can get this publication of mine, and I know that Amazon are out of stock, so if anybody really does want it, go to the publisher site, www.pppbook.co.uk. Quick conclusions. It needs political support, and it must be communicated all around. I've been asked at lunchtime today by a number of people who know that we're working on the school's PPP program. Where do they get information about it? People want to be involved, and that's great news. But we haven't yet structured the mechanism where people can register their interest and regular information will be provided. That's all happening, and it will happen very soon. We believe for governments you need a PPP task force, a PPP unit, whatever you want to call it. And as it was described a moment ago, I think it was Tariq who mentioned it, it really is the custodian of knowledge in the country. It's the sort of arbiter between everyone. My advice is don't use the PPP unit to do your projects. Use it to advise project teams so you can disseminate knowledge all over the place. Avoid deals with the public sector party managing the contract as opposed to them. This does happen. If you have an enemy in the camp who's been told to do PPPs and he doesn't want to do it, you're ending up in trouble. We have had that in the United Kingdom. It doesn't get published very often, but I employ the lady who used to run the PPP program in the National Audit Office. I know the bits that aren't in the reports that any of you can read. We have had that situation where somebody was actively undermining a major transport PPP because he didn't approve of the idea. He wasn't saying, I'm trying to stop it, but at every stage he was causing problems. That can happen. We're all human at the end. And I really think you need to use international standards because 120 other people are competing for the same skills and the same money as you are for every project you want. So the more that the lending community recognize the PPP as being something they understand, the more chance you've got of success. Develop private sector capacity. People are very good at building things and building companies, but how many of them really are capable of looking at the construction over a 30-year, 25-year lifespan? Builders are not the right people to lead PPPs because they have a short-term perspective, which is one of the reasons we have special purpose vehicles with different characters in them. So that's something that needs to be developed. And in every country in the world, this is totally common, including the United Kingdom. We are good at it now because we've got a lot of practice. We weren't at the beginning. Build an informed debate. And only with understanding will there be international interest. As I say, people don't want to spend too much time and too much very senior executive management trying to help the client on the other side to be able to do its job properly. Because the thinking goes quite simply, if they aren't prepared at the very beginning to put the effort in to be a responsible client, what chance is there of this project succeeding in 10, 15, 20 years when everybody who was involved in it's either retired or gone somewhere else and so on? So you need to demonstrate to them that you are a competent partner in a PPP. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I hope it's been useful, and I will hand the floor back now for the panel discussion. Thank you.
كل الشكر للسيد جون على هذه المعلومات القيمة. كما تجدون هذا العرض المرئي في موقع المنتدى الظاهر أمامكم على الشاشة. يسعدني الآن دعوة المتحدثين الرئيسيين إلى المنصة. معالي الوزير كانيمبا سيدوبي، وزير في وزارة الاستثمار في القطاع الخاص في جمهورية مالي. السيدة هوليا بيساو غولاري، رئيس إدارة الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص، الإدارة العامة للعلاقات الاقتصادية الأجنبية بالخزانة التركية، الجمهورية التركية. السيد داروين ديجوجوانتا، المدير بيتي سارانتا مالتي انفراستراكشر، بيرسيرو، جمهورية إندونيسيا. السيد ليث إيراني، المدير العام المشترك وزير وحدة البنية التحتية والنقل بشركة سوميتومو سيتومو المصرفية بأوروبا المتحدة، المملكة المتحدة. السيد دافيد باكسترا، المدير التنفيذي السابق في معهد الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص IP3 الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. يدير هذه الجلسة الدكتورة مليحة هاشمي، المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة البحر الأحمر بالمملكة العربية السعودية.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I want to thank IDB for hosting this important forum, because one of the main steps of tackling a challenge is to promote the awareness. So the fact that this forum is happening in the first place is that we're providing the first step of solutions for the challenges that might exist in the PPPs. And this is the type of platform that's necessary for institutions, for countries, to promote that exchange of ideas to find the solutions for the next steps. And as we've heard, there's a great group of panelists we have today who will tackle what are the main challenges faced in PPPs in the different member countries of the IDB. One of the things that I do as the executive director of the Red Sea Foundation is that we try to promote the awareness of problems that exist. So for trade, we want to promote trade in the inter-region and also facilitate the public-private partnerships across the region. So this is sort of the main type of forums we hope to promote this type of cause through. So if you can begin and introduce yourself and talk about the main challenges in different countries like Turkey and go from there, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hülya Paşaoğulları, and I am coming from Turkey, working in the Turkish Treasury. I would like to thank His Excellency and IDB for organizing such a useful event, and I hope in the near future we're going to organize the second one as the PPP by IDB too. In this sense, during the morning sessions and early afternoon session, we have learned many experiences from different countries, different perspectives. If you let me, I may give you some government-related challenges and opportunities of the PPP sector in Turkey briefly. As all other developing countries, PPP is a rising star in Turkey as well, and I like the saying that the PPP is a please participate productively model for big-scale infrastructure projects. Turkey started to use PPP model around 3 decades ago, started with specifically in energy sector, but nowadays in the last decade the transportation and health specific PPP projects are the main portfolio partners. For the government part, what the Turkish Treasury is doing, it is not a specific PPP unit, but it acts in line of the contingent liabilities and the government-related guarantees to the PPP projects. Starting from the feasibility study and before the tendering, after the tendering, and during the monitoring part of the operations of all PPP-related phases, Turkish Treasury, within its all ministries and general budget institutions, try to follow up the contingent liability and risk-sharing perspectives. In this sense, we have created some specific tools, and I would like to briefly touch upon about the debt assumption commitment as a credit enhancement tool that is used in Turkey. It's a very specific financial intermediation related credit enhancement tool, and since the big scale infrastructure projects are very challenging in terms of financial closure part, the debt assumption commitment is designed in a sense of, in case of an early termination, the borrower becomes the government becomes as a borrower on behalf of SPV to the lenders. As you all follow up, some specific PPP-related infrastructure projects have been finalized their construction phase, like the third bridge in Istanbul, the Gebze-Orhan Gazi-Izmir motorway project, and the Eurasia Tunnel project. And these three projects have been designed in the Marmara region, where the need of transportation is very huge due to the high density of population. Taking these construction-related challenges of these three projects, I would like to thank the MDB and international procedures that all the credit parties have been involved during the financial closure part of. And in the operation phase, again, the lenders and the MDBs are very keen on to monitor all the operation aspects in order to have a sufficient repayment period of and the cash flow management part of these operations. And beside this debt assumption commitment, the government is giving a kind of a minimum revenue guarantee in order to secure the cash flows in a manageable sense. Taking this opportunity, what we have seen in Turkey is the risk sharing is very important. The affordability, and as we mentioned in the previous sections, the feasibility part is very important in these projects. And for Turkish case, maybe the main part is all the institutions have a need to increase their capacity, and we will see in the near future within the operations of these big scale projects, we will learn by doing process more. Other than the transportation, also the Ministry of Health has an ambitious program which is called a City Hospitals and Health Transformation Program in Turkey. There have been 21 projects have been signed as a contract value, and there are still some ongoing other planned projects at the moment. And including Islamic finance and other traditional banking finance opportunities, around 9 or 10 of these signed PPP healthcare projects have reached their financial closure. These have been a very landmark progress for the PPP portfolio of Turkey for the last 7 or 8 years. So we may continue after that, but this is a brief Turkish-related PPP market overview.
Great.
And if you do have some specific questions regarding the challenges, we may touch upon afterwards.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I hope the speakers, if they can touch before starting on the meta, macro, and micro challenges that exist in their country, sort of stating the basic ones and then going into detail on them. Also, as Mr. Davies told us, that having a strong regulatory framework is very important to start the basis. Is that the only key, or are there other aspects? If you can go into that as well. So, Mr. Darwin, if you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to share our greatest thanks to His Excellency President of IDB for allowing us to be here to share some of our experience and thought about the PPPs, especially in Indonesia. I would like to echo several points that has been shared by our Deputy Minister in previous sessions, that basically Indonesia has been started the PPP formally in 2005, although actually the private sector involvement in infrastructure development has been started in early 80s. Unfortunately, during the 80s to 2000, we have suffering from several transformations. First of all, is actually It is because the financial crisis that hits in Asia in 1998, which is Indonesia, is very suffering at the time. So we make then a major transformation both in the political, institutional, as well as into the fiscals. So based on that, then we move forward on how we can design the PPP, right? PPP model for the Indonesia case. The focus of the PPPs in 2005 is exactly covering 3 areas. The first one is on the issues of the risk allocations. We are on the risk allocation, we were focused on how the regulatory framework can provide a basis for the sectoral institutions or the public sector and the private sector can collaborate into the financing or investment of the infrastructure projects. The second areas of this PPP model in Indonesia starting 2005 is actually on how we can provide kind of the financial intermediaries or to fulfill the gap of infrastructure itself by providing several incentives through the establishment of the special units or the special financial institution that dedicated for the infrastructure, in which this is the company that I represented. My company called Sarana Multi Infrastructures, or in short we call it SMI. So the third one is on this coordination. The government is very focused on how we can strengthen the coordination between the interministerial as well as with the local government. So this is actually the focus of our PPP efforts in 2005. Since 2005, there are a lot of new PPP projects coming and being prepared. Just recently, in the last 2 years, we have finally transacted and closing with several financings for several PPP projects, especially in the toll road, waters, IPPs, as well as in the fiber networks backbone in Indonesia. So we hope that in the near future, there will be some new PPP project will come into the market, especially in the water, power plant, as well as into the telecommunication. We expect some will be coming from the transport sectors, including the airport. If I may recall what is actually the challenge in Indonesia at the moment for delivering the PPP. Basically, what has been left so far is actually in terms of the capacity of the public sector in preparing the project. So this is the area that we need to tackle. The readiness of the project is really depend on the project preparations. But the most problem in the project preparation is actually coming from the availability of the budget to prepare the project, because we need to engage the professional, we need to engage the right advisor in helping us to prepare the project. This is the area that we are trying to tackle at the moment. The interesting model that we have so far in tackling down the issue of the project preparation is, although we are SMI in this case, we are infrastructure financing company that being established by the government through the Ministry of Finance. We are not only doing financing, but now we are also managing some preparation of the PPP project in Indonesia. We can invest in preparing the PPP project, in which later on, if the project can be success, so we can be reimbursed by the government of Indonesia. If it's not success, it's actually some compensation that we will receive from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic. This is a very interesting point as to how we can. The presence of our institution is actually to help, basically to help in the provision of the financing for the infrastructure project in Indonesia. Through our existence, we can invite other financial institutions like the conventional banks, both national or foreign banks, to participate into the project. We can also invite the private sector together with us to work in the infrastructure investment in Indonesia. We can provide not only senior loan, we can also becoming the equity investor into the project. So this is the area that, so far we have now 80 projects within our two portfolios, covering from the toll roads up to the social sectors like hospital, as well as the waste to energy project. This is the area that we are covered at the moment. So we've been expecting this will be multiplied in the future. Other issue that being left so far is actually on the size of the guarantee that we already provided. Since we are focused on the risk allocation in 2005, we established the company called Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund that can provide a guarantee to private sectors if there is any default coming from the public sectors, if they are not really performs in managing the contract or in perform in mitigating the risk. So this institution will cover all the losses that been happened to the private sectors. The size of our guarantees is still small. We expect in the near future, through the helps of other institutions or to the periodically injection from the government, it can be enlarged. So this is the area that we are also doing now. On the financings, yeah, I think our company role is quite strategic, because we are not only doing the investment, we also try to leverage our existence by inviting other financial institutions, especially it was long-term institutional investors like the pension fund, hedge fund, or others that can participate into the infrastructure through our intermediaries. So I think this is the point that I would like to raise in this forum, because this is actually a special request from our management. If I may possibly get some endorsement from IDB, that we are now on the technical level, we and the IDB teams has been working so far to set up the fund in Indonesia that will focus in financing in the Indonesia infrastructure project. The technical design has been discussed, so we are now seeking the endorsement of Excellency that it can be started with a signing MOU, perhaps sometimes in the second week of April in Bali. So this is basically our special request with your endorsement. Thank you very much for this, and hoping that this can be continued with the IDB presence in Indonesia. It can be more strategic through our partnerships. I think that's probably to start. We can discuss more later on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your perspective and input from Indonesia. We'll look at a very interesting perspective now from Mali. And it's going to be interesting to see if the challenges are more country-centric, or are they project-centric, or are they industry-centric. So if Mr. Kanabi Sidi, please give us his perspective from Mali.
Merci. Je voudrais d'abord commencer par remercier le président de la banque et ses collaborateurs pour l'honneur qu'ils m'ont fait d'être ici aujourd'hui pour échanger sur les PPP avec vous. La banque étant un partenaire majeur du Mali, nous nous sommes fait le devoir d'être présents. Le Mali a un potentiel énorme en matière de PPP. Ce potentiel, vous le trouverez dans le domaine de l'énergie, vous le trouvez dans le domaine des transports. L'énergie, parce que nous avons un déficit énergétique colossal. Les transports, le Mali est un des pays les plus grands d'Afrique en termes de superficie et un pays continental, donc le transport est un secteur énorme. Les logements sociaux, l'agriculture. Le potentiel, il est énorme et beaucoup de projets sont disponibles. Mais le Mali a une expérience globalement négative des PPP. Notre expérience des PPP a été une série d'échecs jusqu'à présent. Et c'est pour ça que quand l'un des animateurs précédents tout à l'heure a dit qu'il faut partager ces échecs sur ce genre d'espace, que cela est fondamental. Au regard de ces échecs que nous avons constatés, et de tout ce que nous avons écouté tout à l'heure, je voudrais effectivement faire ressortir quelques défis, en tout cas pour nous.
Please. Yes. Just His Excellency mentioned that there are great opportunities in Mali, in the energy sector, in social housing, in agribusiness. He also highlighted that so far the experience of Mali was rather negative actually with PPP. And he was about to mention some examples.
Merci. Donc, les défis majeurs que je tire de l'expérience malienne, en plus de ce qui a été déjà dit par M. John Davis, qui est un expert qui est d'ailleurs en train de nous accompagner au Mali dans notre expérience PPP, sont les suivants. Le premier défi, c'est que les décideurs au plus haut niveau aient une compréhension claire des PPP, une compréhension parfaite des décideurs au plus haut niveau. Savoir que les PPP, c'est comme le feu. On peut faire des miracles avec, comme on peut faire des désastres avec. Si cela n'est pas clairement compris au plus haut niveau, évidemment, en ce moment-là, on court vers le désastre. Et dans notre processus PPP, nous travaillons à cela aujourd'hui, à faire comprendre aux plus hautes autorités, président de la République, Premier ministre, membres du gouvernement, les former sur les PPP, leur dire exactement ce que c'est et les risques que ça comporte.
His Excellency mentioned that one of the real challenges is really the understanding of PPP and the awareness, especially from the stakeholders and officials. He was saying at all levels, this goes really at the top of hierarchy till the experts. They need to be fully aware and trained on PPP.
Exemple là-dessus, un investisseur, un opérateur privé vient, il vous dit, votre chemin de fer ne marche pas bien, c'est vieux, moi j'ai beaucoup d'argent, je peux rénover ça tout de suite et en faire quelque chose d'efficace. Alors vous êtes enthousiaste en disant, ça y est, nous avons la solution du problème. C'est ce que nous avons fait, ça a été un désastre.
He's saying that usually, since an operator will come to you and he would say that your railway is not functioning properly, actually I know how to fix it, I have funding to do it, and I do a bilateral agreement, and then it's a big disaster afterwards.
Donc ça, c'est le premier défi pour nous. Le deuxième défi, c'est l'intégrité et le sens des responsabilités des acteurs du processus PPP. Parce que connaissant un peu ce problème dans nos différents pays, dès lors que l'intégrité n'est pas là, que la corruption est développée et que les gens n'ont pas le sens des responsabilités et l'obligation de rendre compte, un processus PPP peut aboutir à des désastres, d'autant plus que c'est des projets sur 30 ans. Je fais des dégâts aujourd'hui, je suis au pouvoir. Dans 15 ans, les problèmes vont me dire que je ne suis plus là.
The second challenge is really to do with integrity and accountability. He's saying, unfortunately, often people have a very short-term sort of vision and orientation, because they take decision and they say, in 15 years I'm not here. So accountability really and that sense of responsibility is very key for the success of PPP projects.
Le troisième défi pour moi, c'est donc le suivi de l'exécution des obligations contractuelles de chacune des parties, à la fois de l'État et du secteur privé, et surtout de la mesure de performance et un système d'obligation de rendre compte permanent qui permet de savoir exactement à tout moment où est-ce qu'on en est, qu'est-ce qui se passe et quelles décisions il faut prendre.
And the third, basically, challenge is really to master the follow-up and contract management of the partnership and have clear performance measures and ability to act and correct any failure in the process.
Le quatrième critère, c'est une forte réactivité. À savoir que beaucoup d'États sont souvent gênés dans la prise de décision par la bureaucratie. Et dans un système de ce genre, quand on n'est pas réactif, la décision peut être trop tardive et cela peut être un facteur important d'échec. Donc une forte réactivité des décideurs.
And the fourth challenge really is the speed of action, especially in front of any failure or crisis, and one shouldn't really be entrapped into bureaucracy. So the decision-making process needs to be really prompt and reactive to any sort of issues.
Et le dernier point que je voudrais souligner, je m'en arrêterai là, concerne la capacité des acteurs à assumer les conséquences de leurs fautes et de leurs échecs. Cela veut dire quoi? Vous traitez avec un opérateur économique qui n'a pas les capacités d'assumer les échecs, ces échecs dans le processus PPP. Donc, même si vous devez aller à une rupture de contrat, quand c'est un opérateur voyou qui n'a absolument aucun moyen de prendre en charge les conséquences de ces mauvais comportements, l'État est perdant. Et c'est pareil aussi pour l'opérateur. S'il joue avec un État voyou qui n'a pas les moyens d'assumer les conséquences de ses décisions, en ce moment-là aussi, l'échec est garanti. Je vous remercie.
The last point is related really to basically the ability and the willingness of the other party to assume their responsibility and their obligation under the contract, because if the wrong choice is made on the operator or the other way around, also the choice of the country, it will be very difficult to have a successful partnership, and especially in case of a failure of a crisis of a project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we have Mr. Irani, who will be giving us the European perspective. And I'd like to know if you can touch upon the fact that our international sponsorships for advising, PPPs, is that relevant for this to tackle some of the challenges? And also if you can, as a lawyer, I'm interested to know what are the contractual issues that exist and how can we sort of tackle them through either harmonizing the regulatory framework or what are some other measures that we can take?
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the IDB and the President for giving me the chance to speak. Very briefly, my name is Laith Irani. I'm the head of Project Finance, Transportation and Infrastructure at SMBC for Europe, Middle East, Africa. We're one of the world's largest project finance banks, coming in the top 3 or 4 on various measures each year. For my personal position, I'm a civil engineer originally, and I have 19 years in the bank doing project finance and PPP. So you may argue I know nothing because I've only ever been in one place, but I've seen a fair amount in that time. As a bank in EMEA, we are involved in power, oil and gas, petrochemicals, water, and social infrastructure. Schools, hospitals, public buildings, and transportation, including roads, railways, trains, metro, ports and airports. And it's that latter part of the book that I'm responsible for. Our total book in the EMEA is over $22 billion of loans out to nearly 400 projects. And my book on the social infrastructure and transport side is approaching 200 projects. And the reason that's relevant is not so I can boast that I've done lots of projects, because I didn't do most of them. It's because they represent a very long-term exposure to the real implementation of PPP in lots of jurisdictions. So we work in Europe, in UK, Germany, France, and more widely in Eastern Europe, but also the GCC and North Africa are important markets for us, and areas of sub-Saharan Africa as well. So we've seen different pictures, different approaches, where they've worked and where they've worked less well. And we do a variety of functions. We are financial advisors, we arrange and structure deals, we take them to financial close, we act as, and are a lender primarily, and then we act as the agent on the loans, and we'll stay in them for their life. So we are a term lender, we hold our debt, we don't sell it off to other parties as quickly as we can get it. And we will deal with refinancings and things as they come. And I think the important part of that is that we see ourselves as a partner. In a European PFI, for example, the senior debt can be 92 or 93% of the capital structure. And our lending is 30 years. And we lend on a fixed interest rate, so we're not there like equity, taking the upside. We are there as a partner. So I view us as the real long-term partners with the public sector. We both have a real interest in the deal working successfully for the next 20, 30 years. And I think that's relevant, and I think that's important. The partnership in the P for me is always the most important. In terms of delivering frameworks, and then a little bit into where problems may arise, if you want to be successful with your PPP program, have a pipeline, let people know it's coming, make it bankable at the beginning, and trust me, the private sector will, over time, cut each other's throats to make it as competitive as possible. So at the moment, roads in Holland are being bid at 32-year money, actually not by banks, by institutional investors, at interest rate margins approaching 1%. And given that the 30-year euro swap rate is 1.5%, you're talking about 2.5–3% all-in pricing. And that's not where it started, but over time people have competed. So competition generates efficiency. Capacity. These are complex things to deliver. You have to build capacity on the public sector side, but also on the private sector side. Not just construction. In most countries you have good contractors who can build things. But to manage something for 30 years in a strong contractual framework takes input and time. Partnership, as I mentioned, and flexibility. Project finance is not a flexible technology. It locks everything down. It says, you will do this, you will do this, you will do this, with very good reason. But if you're to run a school for 30 years, you must appreciate things change. Populations change, needs change, educational requirements change. And an ability of all the parties to meet and work together flexibly is very important. And I keep coming back to this point, it's a long time that you will be partners. The people who originally did the deal will have moved on, they'll have gone somewhere else. The people who are looking after it later won't have the expertise or may have forgotten why something was agreed. So bear that in mind. And some of the problems we've seen with projects in Europe come when there's a change of focus or a change of personnel. Sometimes it's just personnel. You'll have someone come in who says, a deal that's been running happily for 10 years, no, if you read the terms in great detail, the private sector is doing it wrong, I want to penalize them, and you break the partnership. And so it's important to understand that. And finally, I think just the point I want to make is be aware that there is a lot of liquidity and funding out there looking for homes at the moment. Bank funding is probably the minor part of it. There are DFIs, there are export credit agencies, there are trade finance, project finance, asset finance entities who want to be involved. There are DFIs. There are lots of, and there are institutional investors. There are a lot of people with pensions that will need to be paid in 10, 20, 30 years' time who need long-term, stable, GDP-related investments. And those investors are looking for exactly the sort of businesses that are being developed in PPP and PFI. So I think bear that in mind when you're structuring what you do. So I don't want to talk for too long, and we can do specifics later, but that's just a brief overview from my side of what we've seen.
Thank you for your insightful comments. As we go on to you, Mr. Baxter, as someone from one institute to another, I think one of the research shows is that one of the main problems sometimes that exists is where the process, the management of preparation of the process of PPPs. And if you can go into that, is that really important? How important is that to start off and having a good process developed in the beginning?
So many countries, when they launch their first PPP programs, have no experience, and they often then hire consultants from outside to come and help them plan and manage the process as they move forward. And this is it's an option that really one doesn't have much choice if you haven't got any institutional capacity of your own. You need to be very careful, though, when you hire these managers or these consultant managers to come in and try and get an understanding that they really understand the context of your country when you are starting to launch a project. If you just take, for example, the Islamic Development Bank countries, the 57 countries, I just did a little bit of reading before I came here. There are so many different factors that are playing into each of the countries. There are countries within the family of the bank who are highly advanced and have a lot of finance of their own. For example, if you think of some of the GCC nations, Then you have within the family, there are countries that are emerging economies that have almost no resources. And then you have, unfortunately, which has happened, many countries now which have been in wars and large periods of political instability, and these are post-conflict countries. These all pose specific challenges on managers of the projects who have to be really, really cognizant of the understanding of what has happened, the context, and the risks that occur. This also occurs when you look at the different types of projects, because there are different sectors. There's the hard projects, there's the soft projects that you've heard. That requires a fine-tuning of your management approach. There's always going to be outside political challenges and interference in PPP projects as well. And this is a skill set that managers have to learn over time, because they have to be given the autonomy, they have to be given the managerial power, if you want to call it that, or authority, to move forward without excessive intervention. It's really important also that they understand who their stakeholders are, and they understand the partners. I always like making a very clear distinction between a partner and a stakeholder. In a PPP, a partner to me is somebody who's contractually bound to you through the process. That's a different type of management than if you're working with a stakeholder who's an interested party. It might be another ministry, it could be NGOs, it could be civil society. You can't let them redefine your PPP agreement or your contract, because the contract terms are set. The challenge, and I would say for if you are an aspiring manager, if you're looking at any project, if anyone asks you to work on what I would call a vanity project or a white elephant project, a project that's really not needed, run the other way. Okay? Because if the project really is not bankable, it's not viable, it hasn't had a value for money assessment done, they haven't done a public sector comparator analysis, etc., you are facing with a project that could blow up in your face and destroy your career. You don't want to be the person who's remembered for that type of project. It's also important understanding the credibility of the institution that you're working with. You need to understand that if you are going to need managerial help, reach out. Find those people who can help you. There are countries that don't have PPP units, and there are countries that don't have PPP ministries, etc. For example, I'll refer to Turkey. Turkey doesn't have a PPP framework, it doesn't have a PPP ministry. Yet I think from the last count it has 40% of the world's value in PPPs that are being carried out at the moment, and they're very successful. How did they do that? They developed best practices, they developed strong managers, and they developed strong competencies inside the ministries that launched the projects. So even though we've been told prepare PPP units, and that's great, sometimes it's not possible. I live in the United States. Many people who came to the institution would ask, David, can you tell me about the US PPP practice? Well, there isn't one, surprise. It's like working in 50 different countries, because every state has its own approach, its own way. So you've got to understand these things. One thing that was really also important, if you want to have a successful PPP program, and this was mentioned by a number of speakers, you do need to build a pipeline of projects. Why? Because if you're building a pipeline of projects, you really understand what the specific needs of your country are, what the strategic needs are. You've aligned yourself with a national strategic program, and you have aligned the resources that are necessary to deliver on that pipeline. Because if you don't align them, you are going to have, I think, a lot of problems. Those were some of the challenges. I just wanted to mention some of the benefits, because we're supposed to talk about benefits as well. But I think it's really important that when you put a team together, make sure you have a multidisciplinary team. So you need the economists, you need the lawyers, you need the engineers, you need all these different folks. It's very difficult to manage a PPP project. There are so many moving parts. If you're looking at it from the perspective of the public sector, and you're looking towards your private sector partner, embrace the innovation that they can introduce. People think about what type of innovation you're talking about. They could be introducing technological innovation, they could be introducing best practice innovation, they could be introducing financial innovation and different tools.
don't see them as the enemy. I've been on the private sector side, and many times you go and you work with, and I will say this, I hope no one will throw anything at me when I say this, but really obnoxious public sector officials who seem to be there for one reason, and that's to sabotage the project, not to make it successful. But it's also important when you're looking at it from the perspective of the private sector that you need to understand that your counterpart in the public sector also has certain rules that he has to or she has to apply, and it's not a free-for-all. So it was mentioned earlier on that a PPP is like a marriage. It is like a marriage. It's a long-term commitment, and as it is, every PPP project ends, and I don't want to say that it ends in a divorce, but it can end in a mutually satisfactory separation if it's well done. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Just as we're running out of time, just a 2-minute, Mr. Davies, I just want you to touch on why Sharia-compliant PPPs might be more efficient than just the other structures. If you can just quickly touch on the strength and weakness within 2 minutes.
That's a really good question, and for this conference, I suppose it's a key one. The fact that Sharia finance is asset-backed fits very comfortably with this long-term asset creating service delivery model. I also, way back in 2009, I wrote a short article in the PPP Bulletin about Sharia finance and PPP. Because in London we have a thing, it was originally called Islamic Finance for Business. It's now UK IFS. But I was involved with setting it up because we actually have an awful lot of legal practices and banks who specialize in Sharia finance in the UK. But one of the things that became very clear to me is that PPP is intrinsically Islamic in that you're taking the wealth of a group of institutions and using it for the good of everybody else. The downside, as I say, is that PPPs tend to be longer than most Islamic finance products currently are. So you have to think about how you're going to take that refinancing risk out for the period. There are many ways of doing it, but what I really would say, there are an awful lot of really good Islamic finance products that are not called sukuks. So look widely at the whole panoply of different instruments that are there, because I think some of them, some forms of murabaha and so on, some of them may be more appropriate, because as we've heard today, every project is different in every sector, in every country. So it's not a one-size-fits-all PPP, nor to my mind should it be a one-size-fits-all Islamic finance solution to PPPs. There are some incredible products out there that don't get this sort of glossy image that putting a sukuk on the stock exchange does and so on. That's about the 2 minutes.
Great, thank you for that, well said. As we're closing the session, there are some questions that we have. If all of the audience can, click yes or no. The first question that we have for the audience, and if someone wants to tackle, is when the private sector provides public services, do you think there will be an increase in transparency? Is that a yes or a no? The second question is, what is the major advantage or advantages of PPPs over traditional public financing models? A, is it higher efficiency? B, is it less pressure on the government budget? C, is it faster implementation? Or D, all of the above? Question 3, do you expect the share of PPP finance projects to go up in the coming years against publicly financed projects? A, yes, or B, no? Next question, what is the main challenge in IDB countries that restrains them from benefiting from PPPs? Is it A, lack of access to funding? Or B, low quality project documents? Or C, preference of governments to use public funds only over PPPs? Or D, lack of institutional capacity? The second last question is, how would you rate the readiness of the private sector for PPPs in terms of resources and expertise in the IDB member countries? A, they're not ready, B, they're somewhat ready, or C, they're ready? And finally, what role should IDB play to address this challenge faced in IDB member countries that restrain them from benefiting from PPPs? I think they already played their first role in having this forum, but in terms of answering the question, A, direct financing and mobilizing private sector resources, B, transaction, advisory and project development and financing, C, policy level advisory, or D, all of the above. On that note, if there's any questions in the audience that anyone would like to ask, please go ahead. And if you can state your name and your institution. Could you repeat your name and institution again, please? Thank you.
My name is Turki Al-Qasim from BTA, Public Transportation Authority. I am civil engineer. I practice or I do a lot of projects. All of them, or many of them, have 3 years interval. So when we come to see PPP, I expect the interval is short, but when I listen from you, I heard it's like a marriage, long interval. So we have to change our mind about what is a project. It's look like a strategic project, not a execute or regular project.
Right. So would anyone like to add to that?
I think that the thing about PPPs in general is you are doing construction plus the whole life of operation. So rather than just thinking about the project as build it and then hand it over and my job is done, you build it, then you have to operate it, maintain it, make sure it works for the next 30 years. The benefits are when you're designing, you have to think about all of the risks and issues over the next 30 years, and the whole life benefits you may capture are actually one of the real values of this approach of delivery, I think.
Right. Excellent. Any other questions? Please go ahead.
You have one over there.
My name is Mohammed Grumfla. I'm from Saudi Rail Organization. My question is regarding transportation, especially railways. What do you think the obstacles and challenges that can be faced in Saudi Arabia during this PPP transformation?
Could I just make one thing fairly clear? Railways are a public service. They're not a commercially viable proposition. My managing director happens to be the guy who sold the National Railway Company in Britain. He's actually a Cambridge scientist, but he was on the board of our British Rail. Railways, if you have to finance the construction, will lose money, because to get the money back you would have to charge so much money that nobody would ever even think of going on it. So they're a social good. There is a possibility in very tight urban areas that you could make the operation viable, but if it's not in the centre of a town, you have a problem, because people use the train to come to work once in the morning, once to go back in the evening. You have the railway, the engines, the carriages all day. So it is actually a social good. but a PPP could be a very good way of managing that social good more efficiently. But I think...
The point is very well made. Rail in particular, I know of maybe one passenger rail system in the world that has paid for itself from the revenues it generates, and that's possibly Hong Kong. There's some heavy haul freight that pays for itself, and that is viable as a commercial proposition. But I think there are components of rail supply that may well be competitive as well. So rolling stock, there's a thriving market in leasing in Europe for both freight and passenger rolling stock provision. Signalling and some other systems are appropriate for leasing. But the heavy civils that goes on in the first instance, it's rare it will pay for itself.
One more question. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this. My name is Waleed Sariyuddin. I'm from Sumitomo Mitsui Bank, and I'm also a colleague of panelist Mr. Irani. Just a follow-up, perhaps, a comment on what Mr. Davy was talking about in terms of Islamic finance products available or would be available for the PPP initiatives and the projects that will come under PPP initiatives. It's probably fair to say that there are a number of Islamic finance products that have been deployed, perhaps for over 10 years, maybe 15 years now, starting with Saudi Arabia with the IPP sector back in 2001 or 2. Clearly it's more relevant since the IDB is hosting us now, and the IDB team looking at PPP have done a number of long-term project financing, obviously Sharia compliant. We ourselves do the same, and sometimes we're co-lenders with IDB and other institutions. Banks in Saudi Arabia are well advanced in providing long-term Sharia compliant product to support project financing, which invariably will be the form of financing mostly used for PPP initiatives. So hopefully that it's a very pertinent remark, and hopefully it will create more opportunities for Islamic financing to acquire more size, and at a later stage perhaps of more structured take-out sukuk-based structures to emerge. And for sure the IDB would be a leader, and we would like certainly to work with them on these things. So that was a comment in general. If you care to please add, please go ahead.
If I could say, actually that's a really interesting one there, because I've not incidentally worked on any IWPPs in the kingdom, but I have seen the structures of many of them. And it seems that there's an Islamic component to it. There will also be some sort of an equity bridge loan, there'll be export credits and so on, and there will probably be a conventional tranche in it as well. So it's a lovely blended mix of different activities. Now, you guys are the experts, not me, but it would seem to me that usually you will have an asset backing part of the power station. Right. Now, in theory, if the product didn't work, you could take, say, the turbine away, but to do that and damage the investment of anybody else's, correct me if I'm wrong, would be very un-Islamic in actual fact. So it's actually a good mixture. The export credits are going to be conventional finance, because they're going to come from France or Britain or America or Japan or somewhere, or China. But it's a really interesting one, because that blend works extremely well, and it's, as you say, it's tried and tested here.
Great, thank you. This ends the fourth and final session, and I want to thank IDB again for hosting this platform of exchange of ideas, which hopefully will be the first step in solving the problems and challenges that exist right now. Thank you.
نشكر جزيلا الدكتورة مليحة، والشكر موصول لأعضاء اللجنة. يتم الآن استعراض نتائج استبيان الجلسات السابقة. تسعدني الآن دعوة الأستاذ محمد هادي المجعي مدير إدارة تطوير المنشآت بالبنك الإسلامي للتنمية بالنيابة عن معالي رئيس المجموعة لتلخيص النتائج والتوصيات الرئيسية التي توصلت إليها الجلسات السابقة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you. So we tried to capture basically the gist of the various session discussion. For session 1, we have taken about 12 points basically. I will touch maybe on a summary of them. Of course, for us, the results of the life survey and the detailed sort of outcome of the various sessions will be compiled in a post-events forum, and it will be circulated to the attendees, inshallah. But just for the purpose, given that it's fresh now, we wanted to share some of these highlights with you. So for session 1, PPP basically should be treated as a relevant financing tool to help government close the financing gap. IDB is expected to play a crucial role in PPP for member countries. The private sector should be ready for PPPs in order to increase its capacity to handle such projects. Regulatory framework, human capital, knowledge are a must to implement PPPs. Benefits of PPPs are increased transparency, improved service delivery, reduced construction time and costs, ensuring regular maintenance and providing better value for money. For the session 2, housing infrastructure should be seen as a key cornerstone of PPP Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. Governments must be able to change and adapt to PPP recommendations. PPP should be central to Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. To thrive, PPP needs a robust regulatory environment, clear contracts, and clear payment mechanism. For session 3, private sector should give finance, management, and innovation for PPP. Central government units that implement PPP should conduct projects with transparency. Risks related projects should not be wholly transferred to the private sector. There should be a clear differentiation between privatization and PPP. And for the session number 4, PPP is a detailed and complex process, and it should be treated with care. It's important to concentrate on preparing a robust and accurate business plan that also considers the project from investors' perspective. Set up strategic PPP task force and be consistent in the approach. And last point, it's important to match the supply of finance from the private sector with investable projects. Thank you.
اسمحوا لي بكل سرور دعوة معالي رئيس مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية والمتحدثين الرئيسيين للجلسات وأعضاء اللجنة المنظمة على المنصة لأخذ صورة التذكارية. في ختام هذا اللقاء، أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن أسرة مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، ممثلة في رئيس المجموعة معالي الدكتور بندر محمد حجار، يسعدني أن أتقدم بالشكر والتقدير للمتحدثين الأفاضل أعضاء اللجان لمساهمتهم القيمة في هذا المنتدى، وشكري وتقديري كذلك للضيوف الكرام الذين شاركونا ولبوا دعوتنا لحضور هذا المنتدى، آملين أن نكون قدمنا مادة شيقة تحوز على رضاكم، ونسأل الله لنا ولكم التوفيق والسداد، وفي لقاء قريب، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله يسلمك، العفو.